on the beat.
On the food to get your information. On the food to be fine. Spoon, spoon, spoon dimension. Spoon, spoon, spoon
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to the spoon, you will know. The children crying for starvation, just to the spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to the spoon. You want to know what is happening more often, to the spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to the spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. You from Panama, Maryland, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. If you eat keep regular, my brother, to the spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. You want to get a news update, to the spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today? Yes, what you got today? Spoon TV. Spoon
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right at the South man. Charges on the beat.
on the food to get your information. On the food to be fine. Spoon, spoon, spoon dimension. Spoon, spoon, spoon.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to the spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to the spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to the spoon. You want to know what is happening more often, to the spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to the spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. You from Panama, Maryland, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. If you eat keep regular, my brother, to the spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to the spoon. Yeah, to the spoon. You want to get a news update, to the spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Klibaba, klibaba, klibaba. What I want? Yes, party.
And of course, wherever it is you're listening to us from, this is Spoon 107.5 FM. We're also live on Fabric 101.1 FM and a host of other stations relaying us all across Liberia on social media. We're live on Spoon TV, Fabric TV, Super TV, and on YouTube. Our handle is Spoon Talk. The time here in Liberia is 6 minutes after 8 p.m. Today is Wednesday, the 20th day of August 2025. We'll be counting down days till we celebrate another Flag Day here in Liberia. But a lot of things happening across not just the country, but with the president's engagement there in Japan. We will be bringing you some updates. The rest of the panelists, headed by the lead moderator, Mr. Stanton Alexander Waterspoon Sr., will join the show later on. My name is Diamond Slanger. It's a pleasure being back here in studio. It's a pleasure producing. And I want to say welcome to you wherever it is you're listening to us from. And good day to those of you watching us from various parts of the world as well. We'll go to the phone lines as we usually do for you to tell us what's on your mind. And we'll roll out the show as it is. If you want to have your advertisement on Spoon Talk, this is Liberia's biggest talk show, hands down. Then you can contact us through our business department here at the Spoon Network. Our head office is in Congo Town, just on the back road. If you using the Totman Boulevard, we're just off the back road, not too far from the ministerial complex. Thank you there, Philip Bala. Thank you. I'd love to say thank you. Appreciate that. Nathan M. Jangaba is also following us. My Esther's son is watching us from Gay Town, Old Road tonight. Mommy is following us via YouTube, watching from Springfield, Pennsylvania. Vinicius Junior Ba is watching us from New Crew Town. William Ba Patio Fambule is also following us. Nan Gordon, how are you? Mohammed Rogers is watching us from Rock Hill Community, GSA Road. Hope you're doing great. Aries T. Lato is following us from Dwazon along the Roberts International Airport Highway. Clarence Simpson is following us from Browville. Siliki Toyore is also watching us, as well as Thomas Marshall is watching us from Dupont Road, Carlfield Community to be precise. Augustine Gonga, so let's go, and we have it ongoing. Oscar Ziembe is following us from Gompa City, Nimba County. Albert Bomi, how are you doing, from Tower Hill Community, Robertsfield Highway. Per Campbell, how are you doing? Voices of Lawala Zoo is also following us, as well as Eric McGill and a host of others that are watching us via the various platforms as well. We'll go to the phone lines. The numbers to call 0777 1075 0555 101075 0777 1075 0555 101075. Ellen L. Johnson, how are you doing? Anthony Nimle is watching us from New York. Jade Tabla Wilson is also following us. So we make it as quick as possible. 1 minute per caller. Kindly go straight to the point so that we can take as many callers as possible. Starting off with this person right here. Hello.
Hello. Good evening to Spoon Frank family, and good evening to my loving people of the Republic of Liberia, and good evening to you, dear brother Damos Longcross Institute in Liberia. Long time, my brother, and I'm very hearing you. Okay,
Yeah, man.
by the way,
Pastor.
I'm Alfonso A.F. Camara. Let me strictly go to the topic on our discussion tonight. In my mind, a beautiful Wednesday evening, how to deal with our legislators' politics. No, it's serious alarming. We elected those guys for various constituencies, our districts, to represent us and do the right thing and make the rules and regulation, which is our laws, to govern our state. But among ourselves, there's a lot of in-hot fights, and we don't elect them for in-hot fighting. We elect them to make the right decision that will foster the image of this country, our next generation to come. But every day we hear, the other person, the other person, the other person.
Okay.
Just last year we were on the fight or removal or what? The speaker. And today we have newly elected speaker, Richard Nangwekun. Now we are hearing, to my utmost surprise this morning when I went on social media, I saw the item on social media, the removal or Thomas P. Fala. It's not necessary.
Sir, we have to leave it at that. The House issued a statement.
That is my contribution tonight.
It's its commitment to Thomas Fala. Whether that is just a creamer on top of the hot tea, whatever it is, they've issued a statement that such ploy is not in play there at the House of Representatives again. Well, that's the statement. As to if something of that sort is brewing, we will find out at the end of the day. Let's take this next person here. Hello.
Hello, Diamond.
Yes, sir.
Diamond, thank you so much. Money is just more up on GSA room. If you camp committee, district number 6, Diamond. Thank you so much. I appreciate your full network, all your body, every day we listen to your Diamond. Oh, the thing on my mind today, Mom. I just want to tell for more. District 8, Akara Zip. Akara Zip will know you. You are pulling up, you like to ladder people because you don't have nothing to show to ladder people. Please, forget about President Baka government. President Baka government is working. He know what to talk.
Okay.
Put all your people to see that. You also like to put money for President Baka government working. That's great.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I try to tell you every day on school now where you have to show nothing for yourself. President Baka working.
Thank you, sir.
Just Benny, President Baka 40 half for the job issue, Benny.
Thank you.
I 1 minute and 1 minute.
So you use 3 minutes.
Tell you on why your platform, you start lying to a lot of people who know you. I know tonight you'll not come back. I should tell you, I know you come back to the Unity Party, you respect President Baka or Jeremiah Kun.
Thank you.
Please. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much.
You can hear. I don't want to laugh any further before I can't wait. So I'm gonna call on you people. Anyway, 077771075, 055101075. Those are the numbers to call. Let's take this person here as well. Hello. Hello.
Oh, good evening, Damon.
Yes, sir. You're live. Kindly go ahead.
Okay, this is the voice of William S. Han. And I'm phone from Cardwell, New Jersey. It's been a while, Damon. At least welcome back to the studio.
Thank you.
And congratulations on your new job.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. To the point, what's on my mind? You know, I'm angry and I'm disappointed in the former CEO, the president of Canton Alexander Waters Senior. The former CEO, I don't know whether you have or knowledge when it comes to governance. The former CEO criticized everybody in government. And tonight, I'm giving you a challenge. He criticized Augustine K. Gafuan, the finance minister, all people more highly able to everybody. Don't die. So we expect him to run this country. The president is doing well. You know what I mean to control people? The network is still there going in a slow net. So I'm giving you a talent to the former CEO when he comes. So I will give you a talent. Now the former CEO needs the same question that he can give or recommend to President Boga to see how best to run strategic places or strategic entity in our government. A day 15 means we take the credential.
Thank you.
We take the credential again 15 means that you need to that way so that able to govern the Ministry of Finance, the LPRC, Labor Water and so on. They're very to know. If you can't do it, so all people that do that work, they get it to do that work. It's frustrating.
Thank you.
And you know, the way you can be is thank you.
Thank you, William. So you said 15 names, for different sectors, Okay, so William says Mr. Witherspoon should give 15 names as recommendation for different sectors here in Liberia. 0777-771075, 0555-101075. Hello. Chill, play a small background noise though, so kindly change your location and call us back so that we can hear you better. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir. You live. Kindly go ahead.
Yeah, this Oscar. This Oscar Zimmer calling from Gompa City.
Oscar, how are you?
How you doing?
Good. Kindly go ahead.
Yeah. What about mine had to do with the drugs issue? You know, the community along with the police and the DEA in downtown Gompa City are going towards arresting the drugs dealer. But what shocking me is that yesterday the community or the business community and the DEA went together and arrested notorious drug dealers in Gompa City here. What by the name of child stealer. And they take him to the DEA office. But to our almost surprised, the DA commander of Ganta and Nimba County received $200,000 and set him free. While the business chairman of Ganta City Free Howard went and bought 2 new brand motorbikes yesterday and delivered to them that is really taking patrol. So we want to call upon the government. The DA are not fighting to get rid of drugs. They are the one who facilitates the drugs because the citizen cannot arrest a drug dealer. They get a man car to you with a car key, with a man house key. They say the man escape from the house, from the jailhouse. Then it will go find a man bribery with $200,000. So we are calling upon the government to take serious action against the DA commander in Ganta. Those who are in Nimba, it's giving tough time to operate. Thank you.
Thank you, Oscar.
What are you doing? You get here? We're not hearing you, Dama.
I said I can hear you. You got an assignment here. Somebody left serious homework for you.
What is it?
William Hines, if I got the name right.
And what did he say?
Every day you criticizing the government, so you should give 15 names for various positions from the Minister of Finance to Claire Moali from Water and Sewer, to Claire Amos 12 from LPRC, and all of the key sectors of the country. So you should give 15 names since everybody else you criticize. So that your assignment down there for William. I'm sure he's listening.
Oh, I should provide the names?
Yeah.
I like William. I'm a man. What you like to do? Yeah. My assignment, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, Williams will say thanks to you. But Dama, how you been, man? Been a long time, Dama. I see that you're eating some Chinese food. No, ni hao. Ni hao. Yeah, what's going on, Dama? It's been a long time.
Yeah. It's just been a minute.
A minute, Dama? You left for almost 3 months. So wait. So you speak Chinese now? You speak Mandarin? I think that's the language, Mandarin. Do you speak Mandarin?
Nah. I'm not. I know 1 or 2 words, but Mandarin is.
You spend almost $10,000 to go China just to know 1 or 2 words.
Yeah, but you can learn anything like that. You have to start with 1 or 2 words, the basic ones, and then you take it from there. The rest of you'll be using translator until you can. Chinese characters are not easy to learn like that. Yeah.
Okay, I agree with you, but the ni hao, the yang and all the other yama, and So I said ni hao. What would be your answer? Ni hao, Dama, ni hao.
There is a ni hao man.
Ni hao man. That was a car flea. Yeah, man. Well, man, ni hao man. All kind of things. But anyway, we want to say, Dama, man, it's good to have you back, though. It's really good to have you back, And we say thanks to Nelson, to Yakazi, all the guys there that hold it down. I'm seeing that you're trying to, in service or orientate Darius. Is that true? Am I making a mistake?
No, you're not making a mistake. Like the way we say, if you teach a man to fish, you've empowered him for life. And knowledge, once you've gathered, you should be able to share and transfer. Because that was a question that was raised during our training, that in Liberia, it's a proven case that those who have got knowledge are afraid of transferring the knowledge for fear of being dispensable.
Sure.
But one mistake you make is if you do not teach your colleagues or you do not transfer or pass on the knowledge that you have, it becomes a burden, not just onto you, but onto your institution. The day you're not around for a minute or two, then everything, it goes helter-skelter. That's why in Liberia, say, oh, let me always about to sign a document and main yell. Let me always about to print the other document and main yell. Let me always about to do the one and main yell. So that everything will just, the productivity will just, be down or be less.
So to answer my small question, you now go take almost
yes,
7 minutes.
I'm onboarding Darius. Darius is an asset like everybody else here at the network, and we all need to multitask.
Is Darius there?
Yeah, he's somewhere there. Yeah.
You going? Let's see how your face will look like on camera, because we are friends. So how many? The men feel look like how many. So if we see how the men.
That was way downstairs. I can leave the equipment like that and go.
No, whenever you get him, I hope you're not bringing in another Hamel. I'm bringing that bad again. But again, though, I want to say to all of you out there, man, that might kind of cold, right? The weather just had a quick change, and then what happened is that it was raining heavily. This morning it got cold at this, and I wore my short pants. I didn't know. I went outside to drive Mr. Levi Dempster, and I started, I like, no, I gotta come back in. I don't know at your end. How's the weather in Liberia right now? How's the weather?
Well, today was a sunny day.
Beautiful.
Since I got back, we've had rain for a number of days, but it was sunny today. It was really hot. Yeah.
Wow. So we just get only one weather system. You can't tell me that, it's raining in Nimba or it's sunny in Monserrado like they do here in New Jersey. It's kind of cold right now, but maybe. So who gave you the everyday weather news, the announcement?
Well, when I used to do the morning show, I usually take my weather forecast from BBC. There is a meteorological station at Springfield, the airport.
Okay.
That's what they tell you. But we do not have, county by county weather forecast like the way you have in other countries where you can county by county, state by state. We do not have. So we just get one general weather forecast for the entire country. So it could be sunny here in Monserrado, but it could be raining in Nimba. I experienced it on my way back from Nimba quite recently. It was raining between Magibi before you get to Kakata there. But once we hit Kakata towards, the 15 gate area, it was sunny throughout into Monserrado County. But we do not have county by county weather forecast here in Liberia. We just get one weather forecast.
So basically, people have that money. They wake up in the morning, go stand outside and look up. The best weather forecast ever. They will tell you exactly whether it will be sunny, whether it's going to be a rainy day. And again, so many people just used to those kind of things, and listen, just get up, get out of your bedroom, your home, go outside, put your head up, and just tell the people what you see. And that's it. It's the old time traditional weather forecast. So we should practice it, but let's try to make Liberia better. We're going to bring in Fede Bala. It's always good at Fede Bala. What about Eddie Sandiaco, Salari, Sapo?
Eddie sent me an original Barcelona jersey. Though he's a Real Madrid man, but he sent me an original jersey. He says he's in Liberia, so I love to say welcome to you, Eddie. I hope we can, we can hang out, meet up, and talk. Yeah.
Eddie is in Liberia?
Yeah, he's based in Barcelona, but he says Liberia now.
Oh, super. That's nice. But again, man, I want to say to all of you, share the show. We got a lot of good information. Do you know that the LRRC people receiving deportees now, the Guineans government just dumped them in Liberia? Daman, are you following on that story? What's going on with the junta from Guinea? Like they grabbed the Liberians and just dumped them. And when you try to think about how they dumped them, it was so bad. People said, listen, we don't need you in our country. And this is regional conflict that is burning down. This thing is happening, and we're going to discuss that. The juntas are very serious, by the way. They don't play game. You know, they are military juntas. And, you know, they do that stuff. But I heard something today about someone on drugs operation went bad, drugs dealing. Some big people got, you know, I don't want to get into it because I want to protect some, you know, but I'm just being on it, you know, and some of that drugs operation went bad, you know, and it involved the NSA and all the top dogs and top names, you know. I'm still investigating, but it was so bad. And people got killed, by the way. People got killed. Yeah. So I'm speaking to those that have ears, they will listen, and I think that it's necessary that we just take heed. Another something on our plate is that what's the problem about whether President Parker coming back or he's staying? That the papa is on his OPS, Damo. I mean, he's not going for the other program, and maybe he's chilling in the hotel, taking an extra rest, you know. So today is the 20th, he's due by on the 23rd. But what's the miscommunication between Daniel Sano and Kula Fofana? So, I mean, who the people should listen to now? Are we going to listen to the Deputy Minister of Information, or are we going to listen to the Press Secretary, Dama? Who are we listening to here for the right information?
So both of them represent the government of Liberia, but if you were to speak to proximity as to who represents what, Kula Fofana represents the office of the president when it comes to communication. And Daniel Sando is for the Republic of Liberia from various ministries, agencies, and whatever. So if you want to call it mishap or kind of whatever discrepancies they have in the information that is being disseminated, one person says the president is not going to travel into Osaka. He's just going to return from the TCAT and come back to the country. The other person says, oh, the president has cut his trip short. So depending on how you want to look at what is being said by both of them, if he was initially planned to go to Osaka and he's not going to Osaka anymore, he has cut his trip short.
Yeah, so, but I know we're going to make that part of the discussion, but Gamma, here's my issue. What is lacking between the information ministry and that of the executive mansion?
Coordination.
That's the key. If there's no coordination, no communication for them to sing, they got to sing, Dama. They got to have one word for the Liberian people. Deputy Minister Daniel Sano, my own friend from Grand Bassa County, right, and talking about Kula Fofana, you know, my own sister from Grand Cape County, they are not, you know, but you have the minister proper now, Jeremy Pierre, on the trip too. You know, he couldn't even answer the question, why are you taking 40 people anyway? Jeremy Pierre is bereaved. I think he lost his sister. I want to say I was sympathy to him. So I'm not going to beat him. Yeah, I'm not going to beat him like I want to beat him because he's bereaved. But notwithstanding, I mean, what's going on? They're having a mismatch in the communication center. Mismatch. I don't know about you, Helena Flomo. I read a thing about dependable nephew here. Damo should drink some ginger shot. Damo, why they say he will go drink ginger shot? I don't know.
I got cool. He sensed it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I don't know, but this is very, very concerning when we receive those misinformation from the executive mansion and that of the Ministry of Information. You know, and I think are they doing well with the government PR, Damo? I mean, what have you observed?
Well, so you have to look at what it is that the government wants to achieve in its PR campaign. One thing we can say for sure is development doesn't need, you know, publicity. Once you PR. Yeah, you get to see the tangibles. But every government will need to keep its people upbeat, not to give them false information, but to let them know what the government is doing, what is in the pipeline, what the government has done. When it comes to information dissemination, especially for the government, it should be synced. You have ministers on the trip. You have the presidential press secretary on the trip. If any information is to come out, there shouldn't be a hurry as to who is going to release the information first. You have to look at who's responsible.
Well, who? I'm asking you. I mean, under normal circumstances, within a normal government, because Mo Ali said that we in normal say that we're not in wartime. And my friend Mo Ali said that. Huh?
Not normal government.
No, but Mo Ali said they are operating. Everybody got to be normal. So I'm saying, under normal government, who should really put out this information? Kula or Jeremy Pierre?
Well, that depends on what they choose to do as the tripartite. They have a tripartite kind of triangular communication stuff. If Kula was doing a press release or a press statement in relation to that, it will come from Kula. If the government decided that okay, the information ministry should be the one to talk about this, the information ministry should talk about it. But if you're asking me as to who's got the mandate to give information from the presidency, it would be Kula Fofana as presidential press secretary. If that was to be an announcement to be made that the president is cutting the strip short, and why is he cutting the strip short as well? But if they delegated that to information ministry,
so so then I will ask you, why is Jeremy Pierre on the trip? Why would Kula Fofana be on a trip? I'm not talking about the Japan trip now, just any other trip. Why you want Jeremy Pierre and Kula Fofana on the same trip?
Okay.
When the president travels.
So that's a good thing. So Kula Fofana speaks for the presidency. Jeremy Pierre speaks for the government of Liberia.
Correct.
So if both of them are on the trip and there is a specific information that deals directly with the president, Kula is responsible for disseminating that. But if the government of Liberia goes through a meeting, whether bilateral meeting or multilateral meeting or whatever side meetings that are held and whatever engagements that are held, that is why Jeremy Pierre is there as the Minister of Information with his deputies or whoever the technocrats are to craft the information, the message, the releases, and have them put out for the Liberian people. So you can have the both of them on a trip and they serve different functions.
Well, okay. All right. But again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. We're going to get into the show. We got a lot to discuss today. Go on Facebook, go on your social media and share the show. I'm here with the Chinese representative, Dama Slanger on Spoon Talk. And whenever you see Dama on the street, say, Ni hao. And he said, Ni hao, ma. Ni hao, ma is the gil. Ni ma. But in a way, it is why it is. I'm here with the Chinese representative on Spoon Talk. We want to say we'll be giving you the best of the story today, the best of the news. No matter where you find yourself, relax, sit back, and let's discuss the issue concerning Liberia. What the president coming back with? Everybody said the president coming with telemedicine. Telemedicine, it means that you see me talking to Damo right now. I will be the doctor, Damo will be the patient. I say, Damo will say, oh, doctor, how you doing? I say, how you doing, Damo? Damo will say, oh, doctor, I have a right chest pain. Oh, yeah, is it radiating left? Is it radiating? Is it doing this? Damo will give me sign and symptom. I would take notes. And I would say, Damo, you know what? I recommend that you go do your MRI. I recommend that you go do your EKG. I recommend that you go do your blood, your lab. I recommend all these different things. Then at the end of the day, I will prescribe medicine for Damo and say, you know what? Come to the office, or I will send you for follow-up. Something just simple. I just make it simple, right? That's telemedicine. Okay. I don't know. We will discuss it. These are some of the things that the president discussed at that hospital. Other good thing, maybe he will be bringing. We're still with him, keeping our finger crossed. Whatever the case may be, President Joseph Yima Baga is still out of the country. And we also say Jeremiah can return to the country. Jeremiah Kun, the vice president. What do you make of the vice president? I want us to just bring this before all the gloom come on tonight to discuss. Now, what do you make of a Jeremiah Kun? Give me a picture of Jeremiah Kun, the one that he gets his sunshades on, if you can find it. I want to ask Liberian people, I just think something. What do you make of Jeremiah Kun, though? It's Jeremiah Kun, we got to start grading some of these people. And, since President Barker trying, and those are his advisors, but even if we open the line, sitting there with the Chinese representative, Damo Slanger, we want to rather just ask you the question, is Jeremiah Kun performing well? I want to bring the vice president up, and I hope we can do it before all the other panelists join us tonight. Dr. Bobla is in the state, he will be joining us. I believe that Francine will be joining us today. Uncle Sam is traveling. You know, Uncle Sam, I forget about him. He traveled 365 days. We're going to bring in our brother, the counselor, Phoebe Henry will be coming. All the good people will be joining us. But what you make about the vice president, I mean, is he performing well? What you know about him, tell me today. There's a reason why I'm asking this question, Damo. Yeah, seriously, there's a reason why I'm asking about Jeremiah Kun. I'm serious. I want Liberians to be sincere. Anything you know about Jeremiah Kun, talk it today. I am very, very serious. What do you know of Jeremiah? What is happening? Jeremiah Kun, yeah. But what was your take on Jeremiah Kun? So we're gonna put all of the phone number up and just let us know. Do you think I don't? Oh yeah, this one look good. Okay, Jeremiah Kun. How old is Jeremiah Kun? Is he performing well? I want to ask Liberian people, because if Joseph Yima Bwaka failed that one, and I love to come early to do the first segment before people come on. Then by 9 o'clock we get into the real Zico of the program. Damon, let me ask you. As a reporter, well learned, you still going to school to get a double master. I heard that you're doing triple master. I don't know why you get all that master when you broke like hell, but maybe the master will help you tomorrow. And you know, right now it's time for you to start looking for money. You get one master, two master. What are you doing all the plenty of master degree, my man? Can't get one and move on and start making money, you know? But let me leave you for a minute. Maybe you will be, you know, the Chinese ambassador someday, Liberian ambassador, you know, accredited to China, because you're learning how to speak Mandarin now. So ni hao, Damo, what you make about Jeremiah Kun? Just give me what you know, and then we'll go to the folks.
Well, I know him to be the vice president of the Republic of Liberia, and as per his role enshrined and spelled out by our Constitution, he works as the president of the Senate, and at the discretion of his leader, the president, who gives him assignments and other things to do. So for someone to come out and grade what the vice president is doing, the first they have to look at what his roles are, what his mandate is, and how is he performing with these tasks that have been delegated to him by the president. So you have to look at all of those things to be able to.
Let me hold you there, Dama. So let me hold you there, Dama. Let me hold you right there. And I like what you said, because people will be calling in, right? The president have had so many assignments have been given to Vice President Kun. So many assignments, Dama, right? They wrote, how you call it, yellow machine assignment. You know, the committee on public work that involve public work, the rule fund and everything. The assignment about the inflation, you follow that story. Different assignment. Is he performing? Why are we not seeing changes in this direction? With all the assignment given to him. I mean, the vice president travel represent the president, but as president for the Senate, remember now, this Jeremiah Kun served as representative before, correct?
Yeah.
This Jeremiah Kun served in the Senate, correct? This guy, he no novice to the operation of the state. When you talk about governance, he's part and parcel of the whole system. What's going on today? What are some of the transformation are you seeing that he bringing forth? Not as an individual. What is he pushing? What on the agenda? If Joseph Yima Bwaka failed, Jeremiah Kun failed. So right now, the people are saying we are suffering. They're having a hit on Jeremiah Kun. Right now, people are saying drugs is all over in the country. Like the thing I was announcing to you, they killed some people then just a few weeks back. We get to it. It's on Jeremiah Kun. I am saying to you, Jeremiah Kun godfather Prince Johnson is no more, right? That's the Nimba story. AC serving his people in Nimba, and AC serving Liberia at large. Who is Jeremiah Kuhn? What has he done? What is happening? Anybody saying that transformation in Jeremiah Kuhn? I want us to dig deeper, but I want us to give the audience a chance. Since we still get about 20 minutes before the guys come on the show. Damon, take away your journalism hat and just talk to our audience tonight as Damon Slanger, not as a journalist, right? Talk to them and let us understand. Have you seen anything extra in Jeremiah Kuhn, though he's honored the command and direction of the president? But is that that this guy can be a good leader tomorrow?
Well, so
if you choose how to answer, I respect you. If you plead the fifth, I respect that.
The first thing is we always have to know what are the confines of your responsibility. How can you wiggle and how well can you do that? As a vice president, what assignments has he been given that he has been able to execute? One will point out the yellow machine whole saga. From 84 million to 24 million, being the head of that committee and making sure that the country gets value for money. Someone will say that is a good job to have saved the country some money.
But how can you say that? I will hold you there. Let me hold you there. No, let me hold you on the yellow machine. Allow me. And listen, I will always come on the show 8 p.m. for us to have some serious conversation.
No problem. I will enjoy the exchange.
Exactly. So let me hold you on the yellow machine, right?
Yeah.
There's no yellow machine yet. There's nothing about the bidding process. There's nothing about when it's people just say it will come, and people appetite. Sometimes if you have no appetite, no more. The engagement of Jeremiah Kuhn to say, yeah, he brought it down. Who's saying, yeah, he brought it down? What are the documents?
You said it right on this platform that the yellow machine deal.
You see the man attacking the CEO now. The man attacking the CEO. No, I get that.
But I'm trying to get his.
Why you looking at your left shoulder now? Why you looking at your left shoulder? Put that on. This thing doesn't have the method for reinforcement. I
was setting up. But you said it on the show that the yellow machine deal would have made few individuals very rich.
All right, I agree.
And the president listened and decided, after the advocacy of you and many others, that this thing should be looked at. And who did he call to spearhead that entire process? So even if we were to go in an $84 million deal and it has now dropped to $24 million, and you said no yellow machine yet. Remember, I was on a trip to China to
I know that
machines and all of that. That is a step in the right direction. And if you give somebody a tax and they're able to progress from 0 to 20 of that tax, they've made progress. So, and now looking at what he did with that and as to how many other things the president has entrusted.
No. One step at a time now. One step at a time. One step at a time. One step at a time. We still got about 60 more minutes before everybody come on and support our good conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, share the show. We want to hear from you because this too is Liberia. We got to walk in that direction. Fatu Riches here. It's good to have you all. I want to say John Tamba, as always, thank you. Alfred Fomo is here. God Favor Comfort Norman is here. I want to bring in Joshua Wade. It's good to see you. Rebecca Sawat. We want to name all of you guys, but let me sit down. And this conversation is necessary. Let me bring it on Edward Grade. I don't know why he joined us so early. I think you try to use it as an excuse. I don't know why you came on so early. And I hope you're home. I hope you're not somewhere else and trying to, divert. But let's go back to the vice president. Greg, you want to say something, and we'll open the line real quick to listen to our people, one people. What do you make of Jeremiah Kuhn?
In terms of the yellow machine?
No, in terms of everything he's performing in 1 year, 8 months.
Well, I think it's more visible than the former regime deputy or vice president.
The fact that he's been spearheading so many campaigns on behalf of his boss, the president, that puts him in a more visible position as compared to yesterday. And that's why we all hope for. So it's not a parked car. I wouldn't allude to that to that analogy by the former.
I mean, we'll make it part of the discussion tonight. I don't know why Sekou Donso saying that Daniel stay your ground, don't allow him to intimidate you. The guy's in that problem. You don't even know how we set our show. You can't stay your ground. Let me deal with you. You can't stay your ground. That will stay your ground. Now stay your ground. We're talking about that. Let's bring in Paul Kennedy. Paul, it's good to see you joining us from Nigeria. And yes, indeed, we saw your room, the hotel room. I can announce to the show, I didn't see any female stuff in the room. Let me say right now, I can announce, unlike your trip in Sudan or Kenya, you had a female slipper. This one, you are very, maybe you put it behind the door, to tell you the truth. The man put it behind the door, to tell you the truth.
Kono, is it a man? The kind of thing you can do?
Probably.
No, but the man showed me a room, right? I said, man, but let me see behind the door. The man said, no, but I didn't see any female attire. Female, nothing I didn't see. To tell you the truth, I didn't see anything. This one,
but why was it?
I don't think they say a little joke. They think some because if Stanton saying that, the man with Stanton and something behind, I don't know why they can talk.
Oh, yeah. No, but I know Paul Kennedy. Paul Kennedy and myself, right in Wellingborough, the man was very bad. I can name like 3 different things the man transported.
That is a lie. That is a lie.
Everybody open teeth, my man. They say open teeth people.
We used to call him man a transporter. Seriously, they bought a
Bible. Kono, you know what? I don't know who used to draft stick shift. The man again draft stick shift. So I have
most people are American now.
I have one old Subaru Legacy. Remember, by the time I used to run out stick shift, then I run it automatic. We'll cross the Brazil Road Bridge. We're in Philadelphia. By the time we'll buy in Willingboro. What situated in the place where you can run to Stanton, you can run to Trenton and Philadelphia in less than 45 minutes.
Don't you go, guys. So we're coming back to Jeremiah Coombe, right? We are having this conversation, and it's good that you're joining us. We still got about maybe 12 more minutes. Counselor, I want to bring you in, but your internet is not allowing you. Maybe you want to go up and come back, Counselor Boo. I can see you in the back. Let me try again. Okay, there you are. It's good to see you, Counselor. Damo, can we open the phone line? Let's listen to the people. Weigh in on the Jeremiah Coombe conversation. I really want to know what's going on. Your take on the VP Jeremiah Coombe. Is he performing well? Can you grade him today? I got so many stories on Jeremiah Coombe. I know the opposition don't want to see him. I know some unity partisans don't want to see him. I got to say, as I know who I'm talking about, the in-house fighting. People don't want Jeremiah Coombe to cross the river. People just don't want Jeremiah Coombe. They want him to serve 6 years. And this is fat because we know. But what you make of Jeremiah Coombe? Is he performing well? Let me take this first call from the international line. Your name and where you joining us from?
CEO.
Yes, your name, quick. Jeremiah Coombe.
This is Springer Royal David. Look, CEO.
My man, hurry up now. We got all day.
Vice President. Hello?
Yeah, hurry up now. Talk to us.
The best vice president ever in the history of Liberia is Jeremiah Coombe. The people, and then I think he's serving as the right vice president, and he's 100% level right now.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So there you have it. There you have it. We just want to give an overview about Jeremiah Coombe, right? And this is what we do from our first 30 minutes on the show, to bring up a minister and you just talk to us now. It will also be important, not only on the international line, Damo, but locally. You, my fellow Liberian back home, what you make of Jeremiah Coombe. Damo, take it away.
All right, so 077771075, 055510105. Let's take this next person. Hello.
Yeah, I'm having Johnson calling from people they should form so Jeremiah issue in his studio there. Jeremiah had never executed any assignment that was given to him by the president. But look at the yellow machine deal. It was already concluded on the press there before even Jeremiah could go involved. And then they took it from 84, 85, something to bring it to 22 or 24. And then look at the other assignment the president gave him when it comes to the issue of the suffering of the Liberian people have practiced is skyrocketing. Up to now, things stay the same. The president has not done anything when it comes to that. So when it comes to the other assignment again, the president gave him about the role, the minister of how they call public work, when they appoint him to settle that side again. Everything stay the same. This vice president is not doing well for the Liberian people, but only taking pictures and talking plenty on TikTok and Facebook. Thank you.
Sir. Thank you. All right. 077771075 555101075. Hello.
Come on, good evening.
Good evening to you. Let's hear you out, please.
I'm going to say good evening to see you and the rest of the panelists. I'm Lawrence Spencer. I'm in Johnsonville. I mean, Mr. Kuhn is one of the worst vice presidents Liberia ever produced. Like the caller before me said, there's nothing that we can point to as a fingerprint for this vice president. The last time I saw the vice president was in China when he told that he went to inspect the production capacity of those who quote unquote bringing yellow machines in Nigeria. Up to today, we the ordinary Liberian people, we don't know the status of that whole arrangement. So basically, Mr. Kuhn and he likes, they are under the government to admire wealth. There's nothing we can see. The only time Kuhn will go to Nima that gain this position is to support somebody to come to power. You wouldn't see Kuhn on a normal day to go and identify with the poor people across the country. So, I mean, it's a sad thing. And so that's the reason when people even mention the name of president, I get worried.
Okay.
FFD has ever been involved with Diamond quickly. They are always there by himself. Kuhn and others, they are the post of Liberia parents. I mean, he shouldn't be, discussing as a relation or feature. That has to be with the body government. And then you stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. We take this next person, 077771075 055101075. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir. You live? Kindly go ahead.
Yeah, I'm James Smith coming from Power. Yeah, our vice president is very humble. Humble vice president like God ever provide. Vice president always execute the duty by the president. What do you want the vice president to do? The vice president is doing extremely well. It's still not spoon always on the radio, criticize the government. One question I want to ask is Stanton. Stanton, if you become president, do you want to make like blood? Okay, like everything you'll be criticizing all the government officials.
Okay,
what for the government to do?
Thank you.
Who did, man?
All right, we'll take this next person here. Hello.
Answer.
Please go ahead.
I'm Charles Johnson. I call from Red Light. Hello?
You live, sir. Please go ahead.
Yeah, with the issue of the vice president, he's doing well. He can intervene in situations when there is problem. And to conclude quickly, I want to conclude on this on the issue of our motorcyclists. We want to ask Mr. Waterspoon to give us time at for the committee of the motorcyclists, like motorcyclists of Nigeria. We want to appeal. We want to appear on your show to provide.
You can do that in the back, Damon. Let me see with the conversation.
All right, I'll take your number. Yeah.
Yeah, please. You can do that.
I'll take your number. 077771075 555101075. Hello.
Yeah, hello, Damon.
Yes, sir. You're live. Kindly go ahead.
It's Dara Slobos calling from Succulent. Like a father, like a son. So, since the president is not doing nothing, the VP is also not doing anything. You are here, one of the panelists saying that they want to see a vibrant, they want a vibrant man going to assignment. He going to assignment, where is he achieving? Go there, you start there money to travel, when he come back, nothing. They saying whatever assignment they investigate it, we wouldn't see the report. So all the guys who are talking about it, they want to get out of school. A little bit of show, and not about somebody what embracing and somebody.
All right, thank you. All right, we still taking.
Yeah, let's take 5 more calls. Let's take 5 more because I see that we're having our enjoyment here. Here comes everybody to interrupt our
Hello.
1 minute, please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Fidel Squadu from Jacobstown, station number 2. Yeah, actually, our VP is a very humble VP. He is honest, and the VP can only implement when the president gives him the authority. I can run with more. The president sent him in Spain to go represent on the Spain on a program, and then he came back. They put him on a committee, which is the issue of yellow machine. It is not and the VP that is providing money for the yellow machine. He only went to to procure. So I don't know what the fault on the VP. I can't tell. But as far as we are concerned, he is humble and he is working in line with the president. Thank you.
Thank you. 077771075 555101075. Hello.
Yes, Simeon.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Yeah. We don't ask. They don't ask what I call it. Who is humble here? We don't talk about. We talk about a work. They are something the same for. Is he delivering? Now, but taking visit and say, oh, they are having meeting in Lima. You go visit them. We talk about a work. Even the assignment is saying for. What is he doing? Or what is contact as it relates to his own office? That is undertaking some of the projects that other VPs are undertaking. I'm talking about humble.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
That hold you there because I don't want us to just miss our timing here. Again, guys, sorry. Come early on the show. Whenever you come early, we get this thing we do in passing to talk about people, and want to say thank you. Share the show continuously. We're going to have a great program today. About Jeremiah Cohn, guys, let me come back. I spoke to Colonel Gray. Let me ask you, Paul Kennedy. This guy, the vice president, I think 46 years, young man, by the way. I older than him, by the way, by 5 years, but he's the vice president of the Republic of Liberia. Paul, what do you make about the 1 year, 8 months of so going Jeremiah Cohn as vice president for the Republic?
Thank you, Stanton, and good evening to my colleagues on the panel and the viewers from everywhere. Good evening, good morning, whatever time you have. So to begin to even think of whether the vice president is doing well or not, we got to look at the vice president's mandate because it is based on the mandate that you set the objectives that you are going to evaluate. Under our law, the vice president's only job is to assist the president, which is so vague that nobody can actually able to qualify or quantify in as far as key performance measures are concerned. So is Vice President Jeremiah Cohn doing well? That question goes back to the president. The only person on this podium who can determine whether the vice president is doing well or not is the president, who delegates responsibilities to the vice president. Now, I have seen the vice president being delegated by the president of several tasks to perform. Some of those tasks, we don't expect them to yield results in 1 day or 2 days. Has he initiated them and are they ongoing? If the answer is yes, then I'll check that column. He's doing well in that direction. But what I'll ask the vice president to do is for them to actually focus on national, on how they can expand jobs, create jobs, and, raise revenue from within country to begin to put money in people's pocket, to see how people can meet their daily breads, improve the school system.
Paul Kennedy, thank you.
If you can, I don't know whether I can't. Well, then the president. Only the president can tell you that the vice president is doing well or he's not doing well. Because he said,
let me ask you that. Let me hold you there, though. Why only the president should be the one to tell you? He's the vice president of the republic. Can't you see? You don't have your own opinion and view whether they are performing well.
I do have
only the president should tell us whether the vice president works.
I do have my opinion, but my opinion will be subjective.
No, but we ask your opinion, whether it's subjective or objective.
To be fair, to be fair from an objective perspective, you have to look at the vice president mandate. And the mandate is delegated by the president. So, Senator, I'll send you somewhere. When you come back, I need to say when the plan sends Senator and I said it far. But the president can't tell
I don't agree with you, but anyway, I don't agree with that analysis.
Yeah,
we understand.
Don't agree with me.
Understand.
Don't agree.
Yeah, but we're not fussing now. We're not fussing, brother. I just say I don't agree with you. The Liberian people follow the president and the vice president. The president instructs the vice president to do X, Y, and Z. But the Liberian people have their own eyes. They voted for the vice president equally as they voted for the president. So they get right to tell Mr. Vice President who voted for you, you are not performing well. But if you want us to believe the president should be the one to tell us, then I don't understand. I'm going to welcome my brother, Councilor Good, Fubi Henry, and my sister, Glennie, as we also bring in Dr. Richardson. We want to welcome everybody. Yes, indeed, 501-901 in Liberia. Councilor, this thing about the VP, you know, let's hear you, Councilor. This thing about the VP. Well, I mean, what are your takes? Yeah, you know, this is just a random conversation. I'm not going to pin you guys on it. But talk to us. 1 year, 8 months. VP
so
performance.
Thank you. Let me extend greetings to my colleagues and to those following us as well. So let's. Am I there?
Yeah, Councilor, we can hear you. Continue.
Let's look at the role of the vice president. The Constitution says the vice president shall assist the president. Right? I want to be sure, so I'm trying to find the Constitution so I can be direct in terms of what the role of the vice president is. Then we can measure the vice president performance to also the performance of the president. And so if the president is doing well, the vice president is doing well. If we say the president is not doing well, then also the vice president is not doing well, because it means that he assists the president not to do well. So that's the provision I'm trying to find.
So we'll come back to you while you find that. Let's come back to you, because this is just in passing. Yeah, this is just in passing, Councilor. We can't wait that you do the research from your law dictionary. Dr. Fubi Heron.
Yeah, I got it already. I got it. I'm there. I'm there already.
We'll finish passing you. We'll come back to you tomorrow.
Fubi, can I proceed?
Yeah, so
we'll pass you already. We'll come back to you tomorrow. Fubi.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. So on the issue of the VP, whether he's doing well or not, the VP's only role is to sit and wait for the president to leave office so he can take over. That's the most important part of VP playing. He's a president in waiting. So just in case. Wow. That's the VP role. So all other assistance that he will give the president, you know, it's just to buttress the president's effort. But he play most ceremonial role. Even in the Senate, where he says he's the president of the Senate, he presides over the Senate. All he does there is to just sit down and watch, and sometimes he will break ties if there's time. But all the decisions that are made at the Senate, he doesn't participate in them. He doesn't have anybody to say, I vote against it or against your vote. Once the senators decide and the legislature pass on it, he's under obligation to sign. You know, he can't say anything. So, and the only thing for this president, he's giving him more responsibilities, trying to bring him to the spotlight more, and not to make him a pack car. Like, you know, President Bokar said when he was VP, he was a pack car. But this other VP is not a pack car, because there are a lot of responsibility that we see the president is giving. All right. And the president should evaluate and see whether he's doing good job in that direction. One notable one, I think that everybody was hearing the VP on, was the yellow machine saga, you know, from negotiating from 84 to 22 million. On that, people giving thumbs up, but he playing a ceremonial role. For me, I would say that the VP sits down and wait for the president to leave office for him to take off. That's the most important. All VP are waiting for. Thank you.
Tell me, we already heard from our brother Conor Gray. We heard from him already. So let's go to Dr. Richardson and Glennie. Glennie, you talk to us. VP Jeremiah Kuhn, welcome to the show.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Doc. How are you?
How you doing?
So you call that as an individual, then you call us everybody.
Of course. And I'm standing by it. Dr. Richardson, I hope you're doing fabulous. You look amazing.
Thank you, Glennie.
I don't like this woman no more. I really don't like her. Seriously. I don't like Glennie. I mean, that's not right, you know. You see your brothers and your men and women on.
I know you missed me yesterday. I know you.
I wasn't on all the way. I want to Bible study, but go ahead. But
anyway, I think everybody has said more or less. We don't really know. I mean, we have a present VP who we see doing things, going places, representing the president here and there. But until we know some of those things that I've outlined for him to do, then we'll be able to evaluate whether he's been able to do it, what he has been able to accomplish. But we see him going places and stuff. So I think for me to come and say whether he's functioning and to rate that will be a bit disingenuous, because I really don't know what are some of the tasks they've assigned, except the 26 information that we would like to hear, whether he's set up the committee already, whether they're working and all of that, but we have no information. So I can't judge him based on what I don't know that he's doing.
Thank you. I mean, this is a unique conversation, and I want to say to all of you, just on the side key, maybe we'll make this one of our major topic, right? About Jeremiah Kuhn. And for me, I know that Richardson will speak, but the Liberian people want to see something. We took few calls. Some people totally disagree that they are not seeing anything, even those things that were assigned to JK. You know, it's just in the news. But there's one way it comes to our end to say, yes, my report. Dr. Richardson, Jeremiah Kuhn, 46 years old, Vice President, Republic of Liberia.
Well, I mean, listening to the counselor, to a certain extent, the Constitution says that the vice president is supposed to be in the background advising the president. So, in my opinion, if the government is doing well, I will give all of them the credit. But if the government is not doing well, I will not give all of them the credit. But specifically, this president, I guess because he said he was in the back a lot during Ellen Johnson's leave presidency. So he is actually asking Vice President Kuhn to take on certain tasks, like the yellow machine task. I'm holding him responsible for the outcome of that task. And if he does well, I will praise him. If he does not do well, depending on how the task turn out, I will also ask questions.
Is he doing well now? Has he done well for the last 18, 20 months or so?
Well, he was responsible for the electricity issues. I remember them having a conference. He called a bunch of stakeholders to NEMA. I did not hear the outcome of that issue. I have not seen the outcome of that issue. I also know he was responsible to negotiate or mitigate with the yellow machine concerns. I have not heard yet. So I cannot say. I would say not applicable. Like how we get answer on some of the application form that we get NA in terms of whether he's doing well or not. But as a whole, I've often asked on the show, Stanton, and I asked this yesterday, what is the plan for developing our country, Liberia? Have they presented with us an agenda, a roadmap? I hear they have cabinet meetings all the time. So this is what I'm measuring the government by. What are the plans when it comes to their rest agenda? Do they have short-term, long-term goals, immediate goals? Are they putting a check mark to those goals that they are measuring? Are they calling all of their lieutenants, like the ministers, to say, okay, this is what we're doing in education. This is what all of those who are involved in tourism, rule of law, the agriculture, the whole sanitation. What are they doing when they look at their arrest agenda that they presented to the Liberian people, that they were going to rescue the Liberian people from something that was not resembling their arrest agenda? So that's what
Dr. Richardson, you pulled us something. Listen, we're just going to name the full of the assignment. And we're going to ask again, do a quick round. We'll talk about the Chief Justice today. He took office, we say. We talk about the Associate Justice, Connie. They took office today. And, in person would do that because he a great man, by the way. I'm not a lawyer, but thank God we get Councilor Go here. But let's talk about the LDC assignment. You remember the electricity retreat in Nema County? And on Jeremiah Kun Farm, what's the result? It's still pending. Seriously. Jeremiah Kun flew out of the country to attend one of these summits somewhere about energy. Yeah, in America, by the way. For Kennedy. You see, I'm going to ask Jose Yman Bwaka. No, I'm not going to ask Jose Yman Bwaka. He was here in America. He flew here. What's the outcome? Let's talk about the yellow machine. The information says, yes, he reduced it from $84 million to $21 million, $21.6 million. If we agree that exactly what happened, we still waiting. And what is the end result? Let's move on to say, okay, we're going to talk about the road. You remember the committee that the president said we're going to bring all these people together to talk about road that the richest thing? You remember that? Most recently, the inflation. Why things going up high? The president said, Jeremiah, could you spearhead that? So all these different assignments. 2 years in this government. When will Jeremiah Kun put a result that will help save the country? I mean, it's just simple. All these different, I can name all of them. And I let Jeremiah Kun, my man. But now we are talking substance here, Conor Gray. Don't tell me about Madam Salif, Madam Joy Howard Taylor, Conor Gray, because they are not in office. We took them from there. But I want us to measure Jeremiah Kun by Jeremiah Kun. I listed only 4 very important ones. But what are we saying? Is he submitting a report to the president and his president is not acting on them? Conor Gray, I want to ask you. Then Dr. Richardson pull this out. Let make this other conversation.
Stanton, this VP cannot give an excuse that he tax or so were not delegated to him. The way things are, people don't have that ability to cool it now and wait, because it's the fierce urgency of now. So any and all tasks that is performing should come with immediate result, because this is where people hopes lie. And if you ask me, keep undertaking one responsibility after the other, and people want to know the outcome of those. That's how they measure government. If you ask me, it's not doing well in that direction. And it is his responsibility also to disseminate the information on the outcome of some of these initiatives that he's been appointed or delegated to do. If he's not doing so, we'll go with the notion that those endeavors yield no result. So if you ask me, he got the visibility, but can you measure that with the outcome? I would say no. The VP needs to do more. Until we get to know exactly what he's doing, or where we're going with certain issues, we'll hold him responsible, just as we hold the president responsible. But you can't blame President Bwaka that he was not given the opportunity to lead on some of this initiative. Tell us what you have.
Thank you very much. And I hope that we can do another 1 minute round on this thing. Now we know what Dr. Richardson just put out is very important. He came on the summit for energy in America. He have traveled around the world on different issues. And I really want to say to all of us on the show, let's just say it as it is, not because of friendship. It is our right as Liberians, right? And to discuss the issue. Now we know what's going on with the inflation. Have Jeremiah Kun set up any committee since the president announced? And I like what my brother Conor Gray said. Guess what? Jeremiah Kun will never see President Bwaka make him a park car. They have assigned a lot to him. What would be his message if this government failed? Anybody want to say anything before we move on? We got a lot to discuss. If you want to throw in anything,
Let me just throw in. So, as I said from the beginning, and you are trying to trace my point, we can only adequately measure the vice president's performance based on his mandate. and then student of science will do that. You will find the objectives and measure them. But since the vice president reports only to the president, and to your point, the vice president and the president are elected on the same ticket. So nobody vote for the vice president. If you vote for the president, or the vice president still becomes the president if the president wins. So the vice president, under our constitution, the only mandate, like Fubi said, is to sit down to wait for the president to be incapacitated where he can act as a president or can become a president. But let me speak to the point Dr. Richardson raised. As far as the LEC, I mean the Electricity Committee, the Yellow Machine Committee, those engagement don't bring result back in 1 day or 2 weeks. When you are set on an ad hoc committee, the ad hoc committee has mandate, it has time. Now, has the vice president convene or you convene meetings to talk about the energy? Yes. Whatever that result was, we have not been able to hear it or get it. Did he submit the result to the president? We don't know, because he was the head of the committee, and because he as the vice president cannot outshine the president, we don't expect him to come standing and giving a breakdown on what his committee activity is doing. We will expect him to complete a formal report and submit the report to whether the director of cabinet or the president, whoever comes back to us now to tell us what's happening. So I still stand by the point that it's difficult to measure whether the vice president is succeeding or not succeeding until the president comes back to tell us, you see, this committee are putting people on, they're not doing this, or this is what they're doing. And on the contrary, trying to stand just to evaluate what the vice president has done or is doing, whether he's failing or is passing, then we got to attribute that to the president's failure or his success. Thank you.
I don't know what Stinton went on.
But Richardson, yeah, continue.
Yeah, I am here. I don't know who needed to.
You by default, you're the vice president. When Stinton passed away, you're not on the scene.
Whatever.
Can I come in?
Yeah, you guys
can come in.
Because I don't even know where we're stopping this whole issue yet. I don't know where.
Also, go ahead. Yeah. So what I was saying here is I was just looking at the first sentence of we'll say paragraph or Article 51 of the Constitution. There shall be a vice president who shall assist the president in the discharge of his function. So I don't know where the thought coming from. The vice president is waiting for the president to leave office before he takes office, before he acts. The Constitution says he shall assist the president. So I will measure the performance of the vice president to the performance of the president. If the president is performing, then it means that the vice president is assisting very well for him to perform. If the president is not performing, then it means the vice president is not assisting the president well, and that is the reason why he is not performing. That's just simple. If the wife and the husband together in the house, the husband wakes up in the morning and goes to work with his shirt rump up, all dolled up, it falls on the wife as well.
No.
It falls on the wife in the house as well.
No.
So we will consider her to be a dolled up wife because her husband is representing the house outside in such a form and manner. If the husband is dressed very well and he goes to work, shirt, clean, coat suit, neat on him, reflected on his wife, it means that he has a very good wife who is looking at him before he leaves the house to prepare him well for the public. So the performance of the president is on the vice president as well. So if he's not assisting the president well, then the president will not perform. If you're assisting the president well, the president will perform. So I would just say, in short, that I will measure Vice President Kuhn's performance to that of the performance of President Boyka. And if we all here saying that the government is moving slow, the president is not taking action, then it tells you that the vice president is also slow in advising the.
Hey man, it's only happening. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, so, look, like I said that the vice president is waiting for the president to leave office to take over. You can twist it any kind of way you want to twist it. The vice president shall assist the president. The vice president does not wake up in the morning and go say, Mr. President, this is my assignment today I'm going to do. If the president does not give the vice president any assignment, he's not going to force himself to go and do any assignment. The vice president can give all the pieces of advice he wants to give to the president. If the president chooses not to listen to any of them, the vice president cannot do anything. The vice president sits in the Senate. The senators deliberate on different legislation that's before them and take a vote. If you always have majority votes, the vice president role there is just ceremonial, just sits and look at them. He cannot break tie when there is no tie. So he will going to be sitting there. So until the president gives specific dedication and say, look, help me to do this other one, the vice president cannot force his way to say, I'm the vice president of this country, I must do this by all means, I must do this. There are some specific stuff that they hand over to the vice president office to manage. Those things like the lottery, the group of 77, those are little stuff that the vice president office will manage. But on the overall, the vice president cannot wake up in the morning and say, today, I'm going to oversee what's happening in the security sector. Today, because I'm assisting the president. Today, I'm going to show that commerce minister is doing his work because I'm assisting the president. All those ministers, they don't work at the way and pleasure of the vice president. They work at the way and pleasure of the president. All the appointments the president will make, it's the president's prerogative to make them. He doesn't need to consult the vice president to make them. If he does so, it's out of respect. To say, look, give me the advice on this. But the president does not need to ask any question to the vice president. So I said the vice president is sitting down and waiting. And so I'm going to say some vice president, all their prayers is, hey God, let me be president, let me succeed that man or that woman. So vice president will just sit and do that. Jokingly, I just say that all the vice president is sitting down is waiting, hoping that the president will leave office so I can take over. Nobody wants to be vice president forever. Every vice president has an ambition to become president. So whether you wait to run for the next election or you pray for the president to die in office, you take over, or whatever case, you're waiting to be the next president. That's why I said the vice president is a potential president in waiting, sitting down and waiting and hoping that this opportunity will come, I can succeed. How long will it take? It's up to God to decide that. But vice president's role, that ceremonial role, until the president say, assist me in the function, the vice president cannot work and force the say, I'm your assistant, I must do this work. And the president cannot fire him if he true, because he was elected. And also consider need to understand that.
All right. Can I make my comment?
Sure. Come on in, Darius.
Yes. So in 2017, President Boyka tried to distance himself from the government's failure at the time. So he introduced this saying that a vice president is like a pack race car. So he was cleverly trying to distance himself in 2017 from all of the things the president did, the government failure at the time. There are folks in the Unity Party that believe that Kuhn can replace, Vice President Kuhn can replace the president, be it 2029 or beyond. So not for Kuhn, the vice president, to say he's a packer, the president is appointing the VP on every committee, road, drugs, anything, diseases, outbreak, and all. Kuhn will hear that. This is because when 2029 reaches or beyond, there will be no excuse for the vice president to distance himself from the failures of the government. If you ask me, in my mind, I don't think the vice president is achieving anything, because if the president, who is his boss, can admit to the Liberian people that the country is hard, the inflation, rising prices. Our people are suffering. And then the president appointed the vice president to work within 40 days. Now it's almost 30 days. We have less than 11, 12 days left from July 26th. What is the committee doing? What is the vice president doing? He just returned to the country a day or so. We hope to see what are the solutions the vice president is bringing this time around, because we saw it with the yellow machine from 84 million to 22 million. It will come September, later it say it will come December, maybe next year. We hope to see that. But I don't think the vice president is achieving anything of the appointments, the assignments he has been given.
Okay, thank you very much. Dama, are you sitting, Darius, are you sitting on the producer seat? Oh, so you're producing for us tonight. Thank you. I had to ask because, we are overly booked just to make sure that, I see you in studio. I just want to know one seat is open. So we'll bring in Glenny just in the back. But yes, but I can announce. Let me say this. It's good. Dr. Richardson, Honorable Gray, have you spoken? Honorable Gray, please. We're talking about the vice president. We're going to make this other topic. There's a lot of stuff that the Richardson pulled out. There's a lot of stuff we got to talk about. The inflation committee, according to the inflation committee, is very important. The most recent one, guys, that President Bouaka appointed Jeremiah Pancon. Please help me understand why everything price is going up, why the country is so hard. Now, who are on part of that committee? Did anybody hear anything since then? Akaris, talk to us. Did anybody here who are part of that committee, which ministry whatsoever?
It's a unilateral committee headed by the vice president. There have been no pronouncement of any other individual who have been in the process. Probably the president, I put him on that committee because he has served as co-chairman of Ways and Means and Finance, the House of Representatives. Maybe the president thinks that he can tap on his experience from that standpoint. But I wanted to dwell on the Constitution. Liberia is one of the few West African countries or African countries that give some authorities to the vice president. Like in Sierra Leone, the president can dismiss the vice president. Our Constitution does not provide for dismissal of the vice president. It gives the vice president equal right to serve 6 years. And similarly, how the president can be removed from office, the vice president can also be removed from office on the basis of that. So that equal rights given to both of them. The next point here is that the vice president has a stronger political role to play. The vice president is the only member of the executive branch of government who works in the legislature. Let me repeat. Not even the president. The vice president will attend cabinet meetings by Article 51 of the Liberian Constitution, and the vice president will go and preside over the Liberian Senate. The president does not have that privilege. That's the kind of authority our Constitution gives to the vice president, where he can lobby between the executive and that of the legislature, preside and make decisions. So the role of the vice president is no nominal role under our Constitution. The next point here is that the same Article 51 that the councilor was talking about, it says the vice president shall assist the president in the discharge of his duties. They didn't say the vice president may, shall. There is a pure legal terminology. The lawyer here, he can say that. If they say may, then it's an option. The vice president has no option when it comes to assisting the president in the discharge of a duty. The Constitution says you shall. You must do it. The president cannot stop you from assisting in the discharge of his duty. They say you shall. This is one of the arguments that Tewan Gondo, one of our best lawyers in Liberia, one of the good, respected lawyers, let me just say one of the respected lawyers in our country, he raised that argument about the position of the vice president under Article 51 shall assist, and that's where the lawyer will come in. So for anybody who believes that the vice president rule is nominal, yeah, Okay.
Yeah, Honorable Greg, thank you very much. I want to give a minute to Tamba. We got to move on. We are receiving report that the first meeting that Regis and Glennie and the rest of the team was held today, the economic management team. The first meeting, the quarter meeting today, Jeremiah Kuhn, upon returning to the country from Ghana, he had his first meeting today on that team. The team comprises of the Finance Ministry, the LRA, Commerce Ministry, Justice Ministry, Liberal Marketing Association, Liberal Chamber of Commerce, and we can name all of them. But the first meeting today, since the announcement, they had the first meeting today. More information coming up on that now. What's the meeting about? I mean, how would they present this thing? We are only talking about the inflation assignment that was given to the Vice President Jeremiah Kuhn. Now we can run into the yellow machine. Tamba, let's hear you while we close on this. And the question remains, while we're coming to you, at what point can Jeremiah Kuhn say, yes, I completed my work? Since he would not be able to speak to the nation only through the president, because he cannot speak when he's not authorized to. Tamba.
Yeah, thank you, CEO. It's a pleasure to be here, and good evening and good afternoon to my colleagues, fellow panelists, and to our listeners in Radio Lands. Always a pleasure. Look, I always say context matters, and this is where Article 51 comes in. And I think what my fellow panelists here didn't share was that the president, according to the Constitution and Article 51, the president shall delegate or deem appropriate, provided that no power specifically vested in the president by the Constitution of this, by the provision of this Constitution, shall be delegated to the vice president. Context matters. You have to understand what the role of the vice presidency is. I think the vice president reports to the president according to the hierarchy and the Constitution of our country. Before the vice president come out with any kind of policy statement or reports or whatever task that has been given to him by the president, it has to be at least seen by his boss, the president, to say this is our policy statement, this is a report we want to show the public. I think, look, Jeremiah Kuhn has an opportunity here and he's learning on the job. JMB has given him a lot of opportunities. Unlike JMB, when he was president, he felt like he was a parked car, racing car, a parked racing car in the garage. Jeremiah Kuhn has given that opportunity, has been given that opportunity to shine, to function, to be more than just a vice president. And I agree with what Mr. Gray said about his role in the legislature. But the vice president works with the president, not depends, but work with the president, as a team. And his boss aligns with the mission and the objective of that office so that they can execute together. So look, I think the vice president is going to come out to speak once he and his boss are aligned on whatever policy statement or reports that they have to give the nation. And the Liberian people are waiting. There has been a lot of initiative and a lot of tasks that have been assigned to the Vice President Jeremiah Kuhn. We are eager. The people are eager. We want to hear. We want to know what the Vice President has accomplished so that this nation can move forward. It's a pleasure to be here, Stanton.
So ladies and gentlemen,
10 seconds, because when
Councilor, please.
When you give me
Councilor,
10
go
seconds,
ahead.
Read the Constitution. Yeah. When you read the Constitution and try to explain it as though you get authority in it, so I get confused sometimes. Read that Constitution again, talk about delegation. It tells you that the powers that the president has the power to appoint cabinet ministers, assisting cabinet ministers, deputy cabinet ministers, heads of corporations. He cannot assign or delegate that responsibility to the vice president. Delegated responsibility to the president cannot be assigned or be delegated. That's what the Constitution says. The first word says the vice president shall assist the president, period. I can agree with Phoebe that when he goes to assist the president, whatever, and the president does not want it, fine. But when the president fails and he remains there, then it means he may assist the president well, as far as we're concerned. Because he's supposed to assist the president. That's the law, that's the constitution. It's period. So don't read the constitution and Tama and you want to be interpreting as though you get that authority. No, that's your error. Don't encroach into other people's error. Stay in your lane. This is our terrain. Thank you.
All right, we got to move on. I want to say we got to move on. I want to give.
Take your terrain.
Guys, that's okay. Dr. Richardson, you want to add? Blenny, you want to add? We got to move on from here.
No, yeah, as the counselor, so we were not lawyer, then we can't read the constitution and interpret it. We were not lawyer. The only lawyer that's supposed to read and interpret constitution. I just question I want to ask.
Thank you, Glenn.
Only lawyers have that authority, has that. It's a doctor. It's a doctor. Only doctor can read doctor's report.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me say this before Dr. Richardson come in.
I'm not saying you can't give your opinion. You got a right to give your opinion, but you want to read and be interpreted. I'm saying you can't give your opinion on anything. But we're saying the authority to interpret that particular opinion to explain. Look at the way Tama explained it. The way I explained it, you got to understand.
Thank you.
Was I wrong? Was I wrong, though?
Guys, we got to move on. We got to move on. I'm begging you. Again, I want to bring in Dr. Richardson. You were speaking.
Yes, I was going to add that, the issue relates to if the vice president, I think somebody asked, is the vice president doing well? That was the question that was posed to me. And the vice president is in charge or is assigned tasks that the Liberian people can experience, they can feel, so they can tell us if the vice president is doing well. As it relates to electricity, we know that there is electricity problem in the country. So the president has not, the vice president didn't come back to report to, or somebody can say not to the Liberian people, but did he come back yet to report to the president? What does it say about a president who is not saying, okay, this is what we found out about the electricity issue? What does that say about the president if he's not telling us what the president experienced and he's not sharing that with us? Nobody's talking to the Liberian people. And I think it's wrong. I think the president or the vice president, somebody has to speak to the Liberian people. We have an age-old problem of people just thinking that Liberian people are dumb or they dull or they don't understand the problems that they face. So people just take advantage of them and they don't speak to them. It's about time the president has a press conference. He can have a press conference, or he can ask the vice president to have a press conference and speak to the Liberian people about the issues that he's assigned, or the tasks that he's assigned to. For example, he can talk about the electricity, he can talk about the yellow machines, or he can talk about the inflation, as Stinson called it, the inflation committee. Or he can talk about the overall functioning of the country, the state of Liberia. He can speak about that. How are they looking in terms of measuring their tasks or their objectives or their agenda? How are they measuring that? He can speak about that. Thank you.
Folks want to say, you see the strength of the vice president, everybody going to say this because Fubi, you're right. That means saying now they're taking instruction from the president, waiting to be the next president, period. It's President Joseph Imabwaga failed, Jeremiah can fail. No doubt. If President Joseph Imabwaga is successful, the Vice President Jeremiah Kun is successful. So everything we see in the country today, that things are hard. The proliferation of drugs is not only on President Bwaka, it's also on Vice President Jeremiah Kun. I mean, you can try to hide it and keep it, it's up to you. The people will punish Vice President Jeremiah Kun tomorrow at the election if he's the candidate, if he's the standard bearer, if Joseph Imabwaga fail. Make no mistake. So this assignment, the yellow machine assignment, what is about the yellow machine? I'm receiving information that yellow machine will be in the country at the end of this year or early part of next year. How much? One group saying 21.6 million, another group saying why not Liberian bringing in the yellow machine. Do you know? It's on Jeremiah Kun. If the yellow machine thing failed, Jeremiah Kun get the blame. No if and a but. People are watching, and that's it. But what become of the road committee? The one that they said Jeremiah Quinn should look into. Anybody have any clue? Saying it was set up, public work ministry, road fund, all these things. What become of it? I mean, we are asking a fair question here. So many tasks have been given to Vice President Quinn. And what we're hearing, who eating Jeremiah Quinn side of this story in the Unity Party government today? Some people don't want him to replace Jose Iman Bwaka, the in-house fighting, who can come to it. So when we ask if this vice president performing well, we have to dig deeper and we have to make this a story. So I want to say thanks to all of you. If we got nothing to say, we got to run into it. The price remained $21.6 million on yellow machine. I'm hearing different other stuff coming along. Free, I don't know whether it's free. Those that do economy can tell us. Free 20 pickup truck coming along with the yellow machine. Free 20 pickup trucks. Yeah, I'm getting all this information. I want to say to everybody, it's important to know that the yellow machine deal now, I'm hearing they have crossed the bidding process. So somebody won the bid. I can announce there were 3 companies, a Liberian company, a Chinese company, and a South African company. The Chinese man, that company from not the South African company, I heard that he dropped out. So what become of his 31 and 32 machine in the country? Well, maybe they will banjo it. All right, maybe Paul Kennedy going to take 2 and carry on his farm in Buffalo. But the South African man, Uncle Sam friend, what's his name? Zuma Kiata, what's the man name? Zuma, I think he dropped out, he's done. So between the Chinese company and the Liberian company, and we know the Liberian company is AB, what's his name? Alio. Okay, they call him AB or ABK. Yes, ABK. So I think whether ABK going to get that because his bid was a little higher, or whether the Chinese man going to get it. This Chinese man is Chin Tuan. You know, you got to learn Chinese. Chin Tuan, something like that. Shui, something like sweet. Call it man sushi, it will be fine. That's the man owner company. Probably he's going to get that. He's bidding for $21.6 million. But I am hearing they crossed the bidding process. Now they are talking about payment and delivery. So when I ask the question who won, they can't tell because it's not out yet. But officially, that committee will put it out. Will they give it to the Chinese man or will they give it to the Liberian man? What's your thought on the yellow machine? Dr. Richardson, Paul Kennedy, Fubi. We can run through it real quick, 30 seconds.
Well, considering the need to empower Liberians in Liberia, this would be a perfect opportunity for our government to empower Liberians in Liberia. They can give them machine. They can also support them in terms of different training that they need on the machine. They can help them with manpower. So this is what a good government will do. There are other companies, like someone said, that like you said, and that in a bidding process. But my preference would be for the bid to go to a Liberian company because it will empower the Liberian family. Our money at least will stay in our country, and that's what I'm for right now.
Thank you very much. With the Liberianization 15% in question, Paul Kennedy, you in and out of Liberia, you know how this thing work. Do you think now we down to 2? The final letter is not out yet, whether they will give it to the Chinese or whether they will give it to the Liberians to bring in those equipment. What say you?
My preference will be on any given day for them to give to the Liberian bidder. However, the procurement process dictates several other things. And one of it will be the capacity of the Liberian organization. And the only people who will know that are the people who are doing the bid evaluation. Why I am a nationalist for myself, but I'm also a realist who think that we've given contract to Liberian businesses only because Liberian businesses and some of those businesses did not have the capacity to make the contract come to fruition. So it is incumbent now upon the bidders to actually sit and evaluate the bid to see whether the Liberian business that is a part of the bidding process, and as equally as the Chinese company, if the Liberian bidder meets the qualification and all the bid criteria, I will be happy for the Liberian guy to get it. ABK is a good person, and it helps to bring back revenue and keep the money in our home country.
Fubi, what say you? Thank you, Paul. What say you, Fubi? It's down to 2.
Yeah, I always support liberalization, but I only one question on this whole ABK stuff. I think it was the same guy that CDC hired to bring in some yellow machine, and we only saw 2 or 3 shown at Freeport, and they took pictures. And up to today's day, we have not seen the rest of them. The last time, Senator McGill raised some questions about those machines. So we also need to know fully whether the G honor CDC, because they said there were several, then they want to bring in the country. But we have not seen the conclusion of that several. Like I always say, the CDC amplified everything that they did. Even the smallest thing, they made the biggest noise. I always said that they were like the chicken and the elephant scenario. The chicken in the town, when the chicken lays 1 egg, the whole village will know, because it will be running around. When the elephant gave birth, you will not even know that elephant gave birth. And so I would just need that clarification, and somebody need to follow up whether those machines, Senator McGill raised the issue the last time that there was some machine that they brought in. Up to today's day, we don't have a full disclosure on whether all of them came in, or only the symbolic one that they display at the port data and just took picture if 1 or 2 with closed containers. So
we got to go. We just very quick 30 seconds. Let me go back to Glenny. Glenny, we're down to 2. It is confirmed. I have my earpiece in my ear, down to the Chinese and the Liberian, whether Caterpillar or whether the Chinese made the one that came in first. The South African man dropped out. Glenny, what are your own advice here, your own opinion?
I hope they give it to a Liberian. That's what I would say. I mean, that should be what should happen. Give it to a Liberian person to do it.
Thank you, Glenny. Again, are we just saying give it to a Liberian, or are we saying give it to a Liberian that have the capacity that Paul Kennedy said, that can bring it? Give it to a Liberian that will be able to say, you know what, I can bring this, there's no cost. Give it to a Liberian that have a lot of stuff at stake here, though.
But the thing is, I don't think I'm saying give it to somebody you know that will not have the capacity. And this is what we always say. You don't know what a Liberian business person have because you probably have no information about them and what their capacity level is. So we always say that, oh, who are the Liberians that can do this? You don't know that until you've tried them. There should be a prospectus. There should be a list of things on what should happen, what will require them to get this job, or how they'll be awarded this contract. There should be something listed for them to follow. So, and then when they're going and applying for it and they get the job, that means that they've been able to meet the criteria. And you who offering that contract to them, you've done background work to ensure that they have the capacity.
So let me help you now, because people watching you, they listen to you. Liberian man asking for 25 and change million. Chinese man asking for 21.6 million with addition, training of 1,000 people. Liberian man said we'll train 500. The Chinese man said will give you extra 20 people like a dash. You know, you go buy a cup already, give you dash. Liberian man say I get dash to give you. Consider all these things. What do you think?
Give it to a Liberian.
Give it to a Liberian?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I see that you're more issuing the thought that Richard's coming quick. You want to add something?
No, I just want to say.
I can see your face, everything. You want to say something?
No, I was going to say that I agree 100% with Glendy. You have to be able to assess these companies. For so long, Liberian companies were left behind. They did not create the capacity to complete the task that they were assigned to a task. Nobody bothered to think about that because we always look at other people. We always look at outside company. So yes, the first thing that a good government will do, a good agency will do, will assess our Liberian company and where they fall short, will be able to support them in other ways. And this should be documented. Our support for our company should be documented. These people come into our country, they come with different training levels and stuff like that. We can do the same thing, and we have to start from somewhere. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are on the vice president. I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to share the whole committee on that inflation committee. I'm going to show you all those are part of it. But I want to say this is very important. We are down to 2, and I'm hearing that people have left the bidding process now. They just wanted to put a letter up. Great, or Liberian or Chinese? Which one? What's your take? Considering everything, the money, the specs and everything, what do you think? Talk to me.
Well, this should be a no-brainer that if we're pushing for Liberianization, and definitely a Liberian owned company should probably take the lead here. But we also have to look at past performance of some of these organizations who are bidding for these kinds of activities. What have they done in the past to deliver on what they promise? If they don't have any much to count on, especially, I remember those quick impact project that were undertaken, and some Liberian companies were listed. ABK was one of them. Whether or not they deliver to the expectation is what I'll be looking for, and also specs. Would I prefer what specs? What level of manufacturing would the Liberian company, deliver in this process as opposed to a Chinese? Because I'm a poor American. I believe durability. If you bring American product, they last longer compared to a Chinese spec product. So these are some of the things I'll be looking for. Even though I'm pro-Liberian, but I'm also looking at their past and what they're capable of delivering before I can put a project. Because the people want result now. We don't have time to be dilly-dallying and, because we want to be pro-Liberian, we'll give it to somebody who barely has a history of delivering.
Thank you, Colonel Gray. We got to run. We have the committee set up for the economic management thing. I call them the inflation committee. I want to share with you guys. Please take a look. It's a lot of juicy information. I want you to read it, and then we'll talk about it after this one. Let me bring in the representative, Akaris Gray. Akaris, talk to me. What do you think? Chinese, Liberia on the yellow machine?
There should not be a debate. The Liberian company won the bidding. Saw the communication, the letter, there was a bidding process. There's a record to show that the Liberian company won the bidding.
We don't have the letter. How you know they won the bid?
Because I know, and you know.
No. We don't. The letter that you are referring to, if that's the one we show you on Spoon, it didn't say they won the bid, though.
Okay, let me repeat. The bidding process was won by a Liberian company. That's what I'm saying. And I believe in the Liberianization process. Remember, even when, in a much, I even criticized Dukle from the NPA when the issue of the rest, the Japanese rest, I said that I think a Liberian company should have a share in the sale of that rest because it's a Liberian company. So the Liberian company won the bidding process. A lot of politics playing. They want to give it to the Chinese. You know, and I know, except you say you don't know. So I don't see why they would want to give it. Maybe that's why the other company drop off, because they don't want to fight within. So if this government wants to protect the Liberianization by even the PPCC regulation of 25%, I think, yes, 25%, they should provide to the Liberian company because they won the bidding process. And I think they have the capacity. And I believe that, look, they will bring better specs to our country, and I'm convinced about that. And nobody should sit and say that whether they have the capacity or not. Once you won that bid, you go to the bank will give you the money. It's an easy thing. There's no debate about that. But I know they have the capacity.
Thank you. Guys, I beg you, I just dropped the thing in your individual message, the committee that will be discussing, well, please read it. If you don't have it, I'm saying it individually because I want us to post this first on the page while we talk about it. But I think you guys should have it. Councilor, let me hear you, sir. A Chinese company or a Liberian company?
Whichever company has the capacity to convince the bid evaluation committee that it can deliver should get the contract. That's the law. If the Chinese company convinces the bid evaluation committee that it's able to deliver the machine in time and they win the contract, if the Liberian company does the same, they will get the contract. That's the law. If the Chinese company convinces the bid evaluation committee that it's able to deliver the machine in time and they win the contract, if the Liberian company does the same, they will get the contract. That's the law. If the Chinese company convinces the bid evaluation committee that it's able to deliver the machine in time and they win the contract, if the Liberian company does the same, win the contract. Let the law be the law. Let's respect the procedures. Let's respect everything that is laid down in the law so that we can get this thing behind us. So for me, whichever company, whether a Liberian company, I'm not going to open it to say, oh, I want to know, because then I'm going to be biased. I mean, for me, I want to be clear. You win the bid, you can be Chinese company, you can be South African company, you can be Moroccan company. You win the bid, it means you convince the Liberian city on the bid evaluation committee. And now Chinese people, the Liberians, looking at the fellow Liberians as well, looking at what you're presenting, weighing all of the options and looking at the capacity and saying, this company, I think can deliver. You're a Liberian company with no, but you can deliver. So they win the bid, they win the contract. If a Liberian company wins the bid, win the contract. Let it go to the company that wins the bid, and that means that they convinced the bid evaluation committee that it can deliver. That's what I want. Thank you.
Now, I really like that, though. I like when you said that Liberian sitting on the committee. It's so unique. Seriously, I do. I really like that you're sitting on the committee. So let me bring in Tamba. Tamba, that's a unique one here. Let me bring you in, Tamba.
Yeah, CEO. Thank you so much. I think this is for me. This is a no-brainer. How do we build out the middle class of Liberia? How do we empower Liberian businesses? How do we enforce the liberalization policy? You see, I've always said we don't like laws, Stanton. We like implementation. All factors considered, I think it will be it's a no-brainer to award this to a Liberian-owned company with a capacity, with a plan of implementation, but also they have the technical know-how, not only to bring this machine in, but to make sure that they are ready, if this is part of the deal, to train the operators of these machines. Let me tell you, Stanton, America and China and Europe is not going to come to Liberia to build Liberia for us. We Liberians have to build Liberia for us. We need to begin to think bigly, as someone would say in the White House, bigly. We need to begin to think about how do we put Liberia forward. And this is just the beginning. We need to look at other sectors and other procurement opportunities. Look at this panel, Stanton. Look at the professionals you have on here, and some of these people on here, have some set of investments in Liberia. How do we ensure that we bring Liberians in to begin to take over our economy? As long as Liberia's economy is dependent on China or America, there will be no middle class. So this is a no-brainer. Let's give this to a Liberian company with the capacity. If we don't have the capacity, let's make sure we put the resources and the support that we need so that Liberian companies can begin to take over our economy. And then the rest of it, I'm going to say, how do we implement the liberalization policy? We see today our economy, and look, no, I'm not trying to diss foreigners or importers in our country today. But what are some of the things that we don't actually need a third party foreigner to step in, that we Liberians can step in to do, to provide those services and those goods to our Liberian government, to our people? And I think that's the way to go. That's the only way we can begin to build out the middle class for this country, Stanton.
Thank you very much, guys. We will be running straight. They're bringing Dr. Bopler. After Dr. Bopler, we're going to talk about that committee, the committee, the structural composition of the committee, the committee listen. It's very important for you to go over it because we'll be discussing it next. Dr. Bopler, I heard that you're in the United States. I don't know how true it is. Again, you are Rolling Stone. You got to know much, but we welcome you on the show after so many months away. It's good to see you, Dr. Bopler.
Thank you, CEO. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Good. Thank you, CEO. It's good to be back on the show. I've been traveling, and then, we got a lot on our plate, with 2 dead bodies. But God is faithful, and we're pressing forward. But it's good to see all my friends and all those who've been listening and watching and engaging. Keep doing it. Everywhere I go, people talk about the show. So let's keep doing what we do. So here's what I would say about the yellow machine. Well, Dr. Richardson, since I know you're holding it down until Stanton come back, if I can just take 30 seconds to opine on the VP. I was listening to the show on the VP situation. I would say this. So the vice president is obviously a key leader in the country. He's next to the president. They both were elected on the same ticket. And yes, in the Constitution doesn't say much about his portfolio. He just, he assists the president there to step up if needed. But in a country like ours, there's a lot of leadership deficit. I would use the vice president more. He's got energy. He was a businessman, and I would assign him something. So if I were the president, I would assign him one of the strands of the arrest agenda. For example, tourism. I would assign him that. Give him a task and let him work that, because tourism is one of those places where we can create jobs, where we can accelerate our cultural value, and where we can add value to the economy. So give him that. So I heard Paul talking earlier about, evaluating him, that his opinion will be subjective and only the president can evaluate. But the president's opinion will be subjective also. But the public opinion based on results will be more objective. So
what happened again? We can't hear you.
Based on what happened in that particular sector. And I think I would give him something like that so that he focuses there. He focuses his energy and do that. So on the contract, Dr. Richardson.
Mm-hmm.
Are you still hearing me?
Yes, we are. You are breaking in and up. Now we are. We are. Yes.
Are you still hearing me, panelists?
Yes.
Give me a thumbs up. Are you still hearing me?
Yes.
Yes, Doc, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm not hearing from you.
I'm kind of surprised that Dr. Bubla is in Maryland, and you say, "I think, can you hear me? Can you hear me? We left that thing in Liberia."
Okay, very good. So
we left. Can you hear me in Liberia? You in the
United States.
That Bubla go out and come back.
What anyway is he using? Is it a BOGO?
I don't know. Can you hear me? We left in Liberia. Let's count in real life. But guys, let me ask you a question. We got a lot of missing pieces here, right? I want us to move on. ABK is bidding 25 million. The Chinese man say, I'll bring all this thing plus more for 1.6 million. You still want us to give this to ABK?
I believe so.
1.6 or 21.6.
But Stanton, this is another point.
Let me say this, because Councillor, thank you for the correction. ABK, as per the bidding process, looking for around 25 million. The Chinese companies say we're bringing in 21.6 million. My fellow Liberians, should we still do Liberian? So consider this now, and other things come in place. Who ABK getting the machine from? Where is it coming from? China. And where are the sources ABK getting the machine from? Is the government going directly to the people ABK is negotiating with to pay less? I think I got to call ABK and talk to him. But what are your thoughts? 25 million, 21.6 million? What do you think, Dr. Richardson? Can we do 30 seconds real quick?
Yeah. So I still stand with my preference being a Liberian company. In as much as ABK is asking for more money than the Chinese company, we have to look at how far will the money go? In Liberia, we're going to be training Liberians who might be able to work along with other companies.
ABK said I trained 500. The Chinese said we're training 1,000. That Richardson is there.
Yes, yes. Okay, so we'll be training Liberians. Will be in ABK. Will be training Liberians too, but the money will be able to go far longer, in my opinion, if it's a Liberian company than if it's a Chinese company. Where is the Chinese company going to send the money? Is it going to be in Liberia circulating, or are we going to send it back to the homeland?
That's a good point. That's a good question.
My second clarification, allow me to speak, is that we have to look at our history of how we elected companies in Liberia. Okay, have we actually elected Liberian company and trained, or even have a overseer in the government to make sure that these companies are building capacity? We have to be able to do that. If not, somebody said we'll never create a middle class in Liberia. We'll never create a good partnership with the private sector, because we'll always go for people who are bringing companies into our country as opposed to going to companies that's supposed to stay within Liberia. So we need to be able to study that.
Guys, we got to move on. Anybody want to add anything real quick? We have to leave this conversation.
Yeah, one major thing, Senator, one major thing is, if you look at the history of building construction and equipment purchase, most of the contract that is over 20 million are going to foreigners, foreign companies. And I heard you say, oh, the Chinese people say they're going to add 10 people or 20 people, whatever. If the bidding document did not specifically ask for that, nobody can even accept that as a form. That's bribery. You are trying to influence the bidding process. Accept the bidding process.
Did somebody send you document? Because you look at what I'm looking at.
Nobody sent me any document. I managed $26 million on a Millennium Challenge, and I issue out contractors agreement.
That's a smart cash ball.
So it is bribery if the bidding document specifically did not say that, and you're telling them, oh, we'll add 20 pickup, we'll carry 2 of your officials to China, we'll educate them. In fact, we'll get them money to buy a car. We need to look back into the bidding document to see whether that is a part of the procurement process, or else you could be influencing bidders, and that's corruption.
Thank you very much. We gotta go. I will give the last word to Akaris. We gotta go, Akaris.
Okay. ABK has a track record. He brought in the machine under the past administration. They give it to the Ministry of Public Works, and those are caterpillars. Machine with qualities. You go to ABK place, you know there's a caterpillar machines. The Chinese guy has shown no history in Liberia. No history. Zero history. We don't even know the history also of Liberia or the institution history in terms of the quality of machines. We believe that giving it to a Liberian, though I have issue with the yellow machine because you are not being budgeted for, I've not seen it in the budget. Okay. But I think giving it to a Liberian will create a direct employment opportunities for Liberian. Because when you give it to the Chinese, they will bring the same Chinese people here. There's nothing strange about that. So if we want to empower Liberians, we should give it to ABK. That could increase his employment besides the training. It could increase employment as his place.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gray. You guys are pointing out very unique stuff. We got to go. I beg you, Councilor. Come on, make it fast. I beg you, Chief.
I just 10 seconds.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so Stanton, the country we're looking for money, something just came to my mind, right? We are looking for money, crying every day, no money, no money, no money. So what's the government for?
Guys, can we meet our phone, please? Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
So what stops the government from going directly to public water ballot machine? I'm just thinking, what will stop the government? Because I mean, somebody is going to profit, yeah. I agree, you talk about Liberia, but we're looking for money. Budget shortfall, budget, recast and other things going around the place. Why can't public work ministry negotiate with
public work ministry is part of the public work ministry is part of the committee headed by the
No. I don't want to say no. I'm not discussing public work ministry as the committee. I'm saying the government going directly to buy through the Ministry of Public Works. Not to talk about giving bidding process. Because doing bidding process, obviously.
I think public work was part of it. Did you see Roland Guinness and Mama Ability when they were standing on top of the machine? They first one piece.
No, you don't understand what I'm saying. If you win a contract, if you give me 21 million to to bring endo machine in the country, it's not all the 21 million I'm going to spend. You know that you're giving 21 million, all the 21 million. Maybe I'll spend 17 million, 4 million come to me. So that 4 million that going to one person or few person, why can't that 4 million be reserved for the government? Why can't the government itself go to buy the machine? You know the company.
And thank you very much. Thank you very much. We want to announce again, we gotta go. We gotta go. I want to appreciate each and every one of you. Again, it's only fair to say it was a great discussion on Jeremiah Coon, but we're not going to let go of him yet. This is the Vice President of the Republic of Liberia, Jeremiah Coon, 46 years old. Listen, he been there, he done that, served as representative, served as senator, now vice president. Folks, I want to tell you this, a lot of stuff is on his plate. He must deliver, or else if Waka fail, Jeremiah can fail, period. We are not going to go into the in-house fighting between Unity Party, whether they want JK or whether they do not want JK. We're going to keep that for some time. But let's talk about the yellow machine. A lot of stuff is happening. Even if the yellow machine comes tomorrow, guess what happened? Opposition will be opposition, and these are the different conversations that will be. You didn't give it to Liberian, you give it to Chinese not delivering, and all the back and forth. Let's talk about this committee. I'm interested as we go down the line. Thank God it's just 6:11. Presidential Ad Hoc Committee on Economic Contradiction. You guys received this. The government of Liberia has observed that despite recent reduction in the cost of key inputs, such as rice and gasoline, the prices of transportation, basic commodities, and building materials remain disproportionately high. This situation poses a challenge to economic stability, consumer welfare, and national development. In response, His Excellency Jose Yima Bwaka Sr. is establishing a Presidential Ad Hoc Committee to examine these contradictions and recommend practical solutions. Now, who are on the committee? Bam, composition of the committee. The committee shall be chaired by the Vice President of the Republic of Liberia, His Honor, Jeremiah Coon, and will include representatives from the following institutions. 1, the Economic Management Team, the National Security Advisor, Office of the President, Central Bank of Liberia, Ministry of Transport, Ministry of Justice, Liberia Marketing Association, private sector and civil society, the Liberia Chamber of Commerce, Transport Union Representative, Economic Think Tank, Atofumba, National Tax Institute, and Stephen Yekesin, private businessman. Who is Stephen Yekesin? National Tax Institute, Atofumba. We'll get to it. Now, let's move on. The terms of reference, the TOR of this committee is very important to analyze the disconnect between reduced input costs and persistently high market prices for transportation, basic goods, and building materials, and to recommend actionable measures to address these contradictions. Objective: examine the factor driving high prices for transportation, rice, and essential commodities, and construction material, despite reduction in fuel and rice costs. 2, asset gaps in price regulation and enforcement. 3, review the role of taxes, tariff, and logistical inefficiency in sustaining high costs. 4, recommend short, medium, and long-term interventions to stabilize prices and protect consumers. Let's read the last one, and we get everybody the specific tax, which is so important. Those of you on the radio, the NASET committee up today. The committee have the first meeting today, the very first meeting. Who are in attendance? Most of the key ministers, they're out of the country, but those that were appointed to be in this committee, they were there. As you saw, I read this thing. I hope you can understand. Let's get back to our panel. It's very important you share the show and you enjoy the show. Why are things so hard on the market? The president gives specific assignment to Jeremiah Coon. Now we're saying committee. People say there were no committee. Now we're seeing folks that attend the meeting. Dr. Richardson, we start with you. What's your take here?
So that's a good question. Why are things so high on the market, despite the government said that it has made effort towards reducing the cost of key imports, such as rice and gasoline, but things are still hard. Liberian people are still saying that the country is hard. it's a good effort by the government. This should be a standing committee as opposed to an ad hoc committee. But to explore these things, why are prices so high, why is life so hard for the Liberian people? But you know, I just hope that we should hear back from the term of reference. This is how you analyze, and this is how you understand the outcomes of the tasks that are assigned to people. You take your term of reference, like this says, number one, to analyze the disconnect, okay, between reduced input cost and persistent high market prices for transportation, basic goods, and building material, and to recommend actionable measure to address these contradictions. So that is the first turn of reference. That's a purpose that they have. I don't know what kind of analysis that they are going to do. Is it going, what kind of data they are going to use? Those are the kind of things that I'll be looking forward to if I were to find out how they did, if I was to grade them, to find out the outcome of the success of this committee. They also said the objectives, they wanted to examine the factors driving these high prices for transportation, rice, essential commodities, and construction materials. Thank you for putting that up, Center. Despite reduction in fuel and rice cost. So that's a good move. You know, there should be a standing committee because this is always an issue in our country. Everything has been high. People have not really had a great cost of living when it comes since, I think, after the Civil War. But again, how do they measure these things? How are they going to report back to Liberian people? Are they going to converse with the Liberian people? Are they going to talk to Liberian people as opposed to keeping speech with them for years in and years out? So that'll be what I'm going to look for, how I'm going to measure these things. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let me bring in Glennie. Once we hear from both our ladies on the show, then we'll go to the gentleman. Glennie, you went over there. What say you?
What was the criteria used for those people that were chosen?
Good question, Glennie.
How did they get those people? Why are we seeing a committee that is supposed to be reaching out to find out what the poor people are going through? We're seeing government officials on a committee, and what are we going to expect from that? How balanced are they going to be? I'm disappointed with the list, honestly. All of those people, they're on different committees already. Could it have been ordinary citizens on this committee who would be reaching out and seeking information from these different ministries? Why set up a committee with a bunch of ministers and this other person and that other person, and then you have one person from private sector?
Who is Stephen Yekesi?
Who is Stevie Yekesi? And I mean, the Stevie Yekesi story, that's a story for another day. But why would we even have a committee appointed, an ad hoc committee appointed by the president, and it's all represented by government officials? So my third person would be appoint a group of, there are a lot of citizens there. Get somebody, you get Dr. Boba there, that's an economist. You found other people, you put them on a committee. And they will work together with the vice president. The vice president already is representing the country. Why are the other people there? The committee can still reach out to those different ministries and ask them what's going on and do investigation. I don't think this committee is balanced.
Guys, let's stop shaking our head. Let's just listen to each other.
I don't think this committee, I'm not seeing him say some things I don't see when I won't talk. I don't see him at all. He can shake his head from here.
So let go ahead now. Let it go ahead, Glenn.
I think the committee is not balanced. I don't think government officials should have been placed on that committee, maybe one or two, but not for them to be a majority on that committee. If you're going to go and ask common people, or you're going to go and investigate to find out what's going on. So I don't think that committee for me is balanced. They should have.
Glenn, thank you very much. Thank you. Let me welcome my uncle-in-law, Jesse Farmer, to the show. It's good to have you, Jesse. And let me go right now to the gentleman. As always, we want to say thanks to all of you. This is a big thing, by the way. Now we have a committee. Now the opinions and our disagreement, we can dive into a poor candidate. Let's hear you.
You know, Senator, it's not a mistake that Glenn, I've had Glenn in my family. The woman is smart. Besides the composition of a bunch of government officials in the committee? I'm asking, where is the Ministry of Commerce? So let's say we kept that committee. You are going to assess prices, cost of commodity, but you don't put the Ministry of Commerce on this list. And if it is somewhere there, somebody please show it to me. Then you're talking about tariff and taxes. You put a organization that is responsible for monetary policy over fiscal policy. Where's the finance ministry? Why are we having the central bank here instead of the finance ministry? Where's LRA that is supposed to be regulating taxes and collecting revenue in accordance with the Ministry of Finance? Why do we have so you go back and make this list all over? I think it's a good move, but just a bad assembly, and this will not yield to the kind of results we are looking at. Thank you, Stanton.
Thank you very much, Paul. Fubi, let's hear you.
Yeah, so please put a list out. Let me let's
Let me hold
when you see the economic management team, it has the Ministry of Finance, it has the Ministry of Commerce, and we have even the National Investment Commission. They are all within that economic management team. So that's the first thing we need to know. So private sector, you see that there's the private sector. You got a like Chamber of Commerce. It's not a government entity. So please put the list back up. You have the Transport Union representative. It's not a government entity. You have the economic think tank. Those two listed up under the former auto tax structure. Those are not government entities. And so those are all businesses that are work towards supporting the transport. In the transport union, talk about all the vehicles, the motorcycles, all of them within that transport union. So they give me advice on why taxes are high, transportation fares are high across the country. The Labrador Chamber of Commerce will tell you from the business perspective what the Labrador businesses going, what are the challenges that they're going through. So they will give you a fair idea because all the Labrador businesses are covered under that umbrella. So the team is balanced. It got both government and private sector. And you cannot have a government committee set up without government officials on it. Because at the end of the day, we are giving the government the tax to run the country. So the government has to. You have to have government officials there to tell you the issues. So when they bring private sectors in, all the different ministers that they appoint at different agencies, their job is to run the country. And how do they run the country effectively? You know, the president has a cabinet meeting regularly to give feedback. But this special thing is to specifically deep dive into the current issue, the current state of the economy. So you can push them away. You know, they need to be there, but they all need to hold them accountable now. These are your specific, term of reference that you have to deliver on within 45 days, analyze the result within 14 days, and give feedback to the president. And we expect action after that. How do we bring the prices down? What are some of the methods that we should put in place to ensure that the prices are stable and sustained? They hold the issue of the central bank there to talk about the exchange rate, because one of the factors that will carry prices up is the exchange rate. So if the exchange rate keeps going up, prices in local commodity will also keep going up. So you will have a US dollar, and you will have to all of those entities that are tagged there, they got relevant being there. So they need to be there to help give a better balanced, view on the whole state of the economy. Because at the end of the day, that's that most of them that co-function in the first place. And so they're supposed to be giving the president advice every now and then on all of the different issues. Thank you.
1 minute question to Fubi. 1 minute, Fubi. If the economic management team has the responsibility for doing all of these things that you've listed, why do we have to add additional government functionary to the economic management? That's my question, sir.
I'm not the president decided to form a team. Or you want to give me a time?
Well, I told you the team is a flawed team. Then you
No, it's not flawed. I disagree. It's not flawed team.
If the economic management team,
the Ministry of Commerce will not represent, the finance ministry will not represent. So I told you that they are represented on the economic management team. So they are already part of it. You said they were not represented. I want to say no, they are represented. So you can't say they are not represented.
Thank you for your correction. I didn't see their names spelled out because they went out and started spelling institution name out. If the economic management team has the responsibility to do everything this thing has just listed, why are we adding additional group to the economic management team that's supposed to be doing this job in the first place?
to broaden the scope and to be able to give a better objective view. That's why they bring the private sector also to add up.
So guys, let move on. The Economic Management Team, the EMT, will be chaired by the President. Members as follow. Now, the Vice President of the Republic of Liberia, the Ministry of Finance, Commissioner General of LRA, Minister of Commerce, Industry, Chairman of the National Investment Commission, the Economic Advisor to the President. So there's a whole team here already that the Vice President is chairing. Now, they're adding that team to this, okay, to these folks right here. Now, that whole team, you already have the National Security Advisor. You already have the office. Okay, so I mean, I don't know.
It's the repetition. It's the same thing that you rewrote it somehow. Go compare the two lists. Compare the two lists, Stanton.
So, but either or, the more the merrier. Let's make progress here. Yeah, the more the merrier. Let's make progress here. Let's get to a point that we can have a number discussion.
What happened to austerity measure? The more the merrier?
No, but this one now, we're trying to now. You got to understand, they're going down to the bread and butter issue. The Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce talking about the people that are in the market, the people that are selling, and bringing in more people to explain why things are difficult in the country. I'm not the government spokesman on this, but I'm just saying, even so, they are now saying, you know what? Maybe this economic team right here, the one that we just named, let me just forget it. Let me just for you. Great quiet. Let me forget it. Let me go find food to eat. Yeah, bye-bye.
Stanton, for me, I'm concerned about the premise or the premises laid earlier. It says the price of gasoline is down. Government has eased tariff on certain importation of goods and services and so on and so forth. Firstly, is that premises accurate?
So what's the need of the new team?
Yeah, if that is the tool they have to work with, government is asking, despite this improvement in this area that include tariff, that include price of gasoline and so on, all of them driving down, but cost of goods and services going up. Why? So I don't know if gasoline price has dropped. I don't know whether that tariff process the president put in place, whether that was even functional in the first place. Or how very laudable that process was. Before I can even judge why goods are going up, it's because it did not function well in this sector. That's why prices are going up. Now, I mean, I think the whole process itself, we need to recast it and make sure that the premise we lay or the premises we're laying are accurate before we can even set up a committee to look into why goods are going up. If gasoline is still more than what it was on the market and it keeps going up, why would you believe that the price of gasoline is going down? Why would they believe that the tariff is even working, even though government is, the tariffs on the importation of goods? I don't think any of those previous sectors are working before you can even think about how to bring price down. If they're not working, definitely it's going up. Price will go up. So the whole thing here, the term of reference, in my opinion, is even flawed in the first place before we even make progress going forward. But I'll leave that with the economist, Dr. Butler, maybe to expand further. Thanks.
Dr. Richardson, you want to take over from here?
Yeah.
You are on mute.
Who's next? Who didn't get a chance to speak? I think we're going down to former Representative Gray, right? And that's the bottom line. Your thoughts on what we're talking about?
Let us start with the headline. Presidential Ad Hoc Committee on the Economic Contradictions. Presidential Ad Hoc Committee on the Economic Contradictions. Who created the contradictions? Why are there contradictions? I mean, the government has admitted that all of our policy put in place to help ease the burden, the economic burdens, their claim of reduction in taxation, their claim of the issue of reduction in the price of petroleum product, rice. The prices are still high, so the government cannot understand why. So they say it's a contradiction of their own policy. So it means the policy of the government has failed. So they're trying to find a solution to kill the disaster that they've created. That's what they're trying to do. But the solution is there, clear cut. If you put 12% GST, you took it out to 12%. What do you think about the goods and services tax, the GST? The prices will go up. So if when you pay for food in the restaurant for $100, you pay $112. And this government sit and ask, what's the government sit and call a contradiction when they themselves created a contradiction? Secondly, if you look at the committee, is the committee being paid, the committee members being paid? Where they hosting it, is it free? They have days, 14 days, right? What I'm saying, I think they said 14 days to work for and make some submission, and maybe they will go extra 90 days. But the question here, who pays the committee? Where the money comes from? Definitely, I mean, if committee members go and sit, are they paying people for their expertise? Because I see private entities there. Okay, they put the private sector there. Are they paying them? How much they're paying them? Are they paying them 10,000, 5,000 for the expert? We need to know what's the budget. For transparency's sake, we need to know that. Why would the government even want to release a document at this juncture when the government officially, okay, since I think that was July 26th, the president made a pronouncement. No government entity, in terms of the press secretary, nor the Ministry of Information, have been able to inform the public. Probably the Spoon Network now brought out the conversation today. Somebody will not be sending the information. There's a gangster way of running a government. I had Jacobins in France ran their own system, group of Jacobins, you know, disgruntled group of people, gangsters. You just jump out tomorrow morning, you say, okay, oh, you're asking for the document, hey, document here. You can't officially release the document. These things should have been officially released since July 26th up to now. Do I believe they will do anything? They won't do anything because the economic management team, like Phoebe rightfully placed it, okay, and then Kennedy said, the office of the president, part of the economic management team, but you look down, they have the office of the president there. So that repetition, however, it's not the same LRA that I've been looking at the economic management team, the EMT of the country, should look at the economy of the country. So if they have failed the country, and if the Ministry of Commerce has failed the country, the Ministry of Finance has failed the country, the National Investment Commission has failed the country, the Office of the President Economic Advisor has failed the country, all of those people. Then you bring the same people to fail, the same failure, the same group of people who failed in the class, you bring them by to go coach another school. You understand? But what you're looking for is a disaster. The people who fail in the class, you tell them to go represent the school. The school should be attracting brilliant students to bring them in to look at this, to look at what's happening, because there's a statutory responsibility of these entities to review process. The Commerce Ministry is there. There's a statutory responsibility of the ministry. Okay, so the president bring in all of these people, or the vice president, I don't know who appointed the committee, group of money eaters, National Association of Money Eaters names. You put them together to eat money besides their salary and whatsoever. Let them call to them on the show and say, or maybe they can call Stanton, or they can call anyone of them and say, look, they team here, nobody paying them for 14 days. What kind of private man can you get in, madam?
Okay, thank you.
Are we going to pay the same government officials again after paying their huge salary? So these are the concerns for me. This will crash until we can reduce the taxes, not just the GST and other things, until, like Dr. Bobler said something very important I wanted to tap on. Look, the tourism sector is very important. We need to find new alternatives than use the unorthodox means, the consistent unorthodox means. I think we need to find explore new opportunities like the tourism sectors and other areas, focus more on agriculture and just not exploiting our natural resources, especially the ones that cannot be replaced.
Thank you. So let's go to Councilor Good, and then I believe Remy Gray. Colonel Remy Green, and Mr. Tangba Agelas came in lastly. Thank you.
Thank you. So,
oh, he said, okay, I'm sorry. Thank you. And then
thank
let's
you,
go.
Doc. Thank you, Doc. So, yeah, so I will not put the Ministry of Commerce. It's for the whole economic management team. I will not name them. Because that team has not done its job. Because that team supposed to be telling the president why prices are the way they are, other than the president going to form another committee to tell him the same thing that they are mandated to do. So I wouldn't put them there. And every other person, Ministry of Transport, they're the one that dealing with transport fare. If gasoline price is down and transport fare is still up, they and Ministry of Commerce should not be a part of that committee. A committee I will wish that the president will set up will be a committee that will come up with a report comprehensive, that will even direct, that will even aid him on how to make some major reshuffle in the government, especially in the economic sector. But like every other person said, you bring the same group of people who are supposed to do a particular job and have failed, and who are giving the president, I mean, a kind of advice, and you put them on the same committee. What do you expect to come from there? What are they going to say? Because the reports are there, you think it will contradict their quarterly reports, their semi-annual reports, or their annual reports? You think they will want to contradict themselves? No. So I think an independent team should have been set up, because this is straight up the economy. Every ministry, especially the economic management team, along with Ministry of Transport, and I think Fubi said Commerce is inside. They are the ones dealing with pricing. The entire issue that the president raised in the first paragraph is about pricing. It's about pricing. Taxes, taxes have been waived on importation of building materials, rice, and other commodities. Yet, prices are still going high. The central bank controlling the monetary policy. Yet, the rates still going up high. So all of these things we need to look into it, put them one side, let an independent group come, do an investigation, and make a report. I think that will be more independent. It will help the president, to take some decisions, some major decisions in terms of reshuffling. Because the government will be reshuffled. I tell you that it needs to be reshuffled, because I believe that people are working in the government to satisfy those who recommended them, other than recommending and other than really satisfying the president. So it's more about the person that recommended me for the president to appoint me than my own chief I see. And that's how I see it. It's wrong. And that's why the president is in cycle. The old man will get up in the morning and they just confuse everything, and you have to almost want to start your government over. It's unfair. So they need to step aside. But again, it's a simple who advised the president to set up the committee, so we don't expect anything different. So that's it.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Where are we? Who's next?
We have Mr.
Next,
and then Isidore comes in next.
All right, thank you, Dr. Richardson. So, and this is where, when I say context matters, it's very important. So on August 1st, 2024, the president reactivated the economic management team and appointed a CBL governor at the same time, the new CBL governor, right? And the members of that economic management team included the vice president as co-chair, the Minister of Finance and Development Planning, the General Commissioner on Revenue, LRA, the Minister of Commerce, the Chairman of National Investment Commission, and then the economic advisors to the president, as well as the central bank governor. So that's like 6-7 members already who are part of that committee. So this is my take on this, Stanton and Dr. Richardson. I think, look, I disagree with the fact that we need to set up a new committee. We need to set up a new committee to try to advise the president on what is happening. Now, this committee has oversight not only for the macro, but macroeconomic issues that are happening in the country. If fuel prices go down, but prices remain high at the pump, we want to understand why this is happening. We are shipping a 40-footer container for $4,000 from the US or from China. Why is it that the rice prices are still $16, $17 in the market? So these are, and you have to really get to the nitty gritty and the macro issues on why prices are high, because that's what is happening, affecting the day-to-day and the bread and butter issues of the country, of the people. You see, when you're in the executive mansion and you are flying and, you know, countries or foreign ministry, you don't understand what the people in Warsaw or New Crew Town or Douala or my hometown, you know, Fuya district are going through. But when prices go up, the mother and the father in those districts, in those townships, they feel the pinch. So here's my thing. Look, if these people on our economic management team are not performing, then the president have to reconstitute. Very simple. Remove the non-performing members, reconstitute, and call them, and let's have a conversation. Especially if there's a committee that's being co-chaired by the vice president. And this is why I say, look, the vice president have been given a ton of things to do, and it is time that he consult with his boss, the president of the Republic of Liberia, to report back to the Liberian people. Finally, look, it is not about you know what has happened in the past. You know, 6 years is gone. Let's forget about the comparison. It is no longer about the comparison. It is about what's happening today. Liberian people are interested in what's happening today, and what we are going to change for them to improve their social economic conditions, and that's what we should be today, Stanton. And it's important.
Tamba, thank you very much. We'll bring in Asido and that hopefully we'll close on this. We'll get one more. Did you guys hear today that the Guinean government sent people out, you know, deported Liberians from Guinea? Why? We have some document we'll be sharing with the nation tonight. It's getting scary out there. But again, the ultra piracy complaining about money, complaining about resources, not even vehicle to pick those deportee all from the border. It is troubling, and we'll get to it. Isaac, welcome to the show. It's good to see you.
Thank you. So let's look at a few things. The finance minister is back his portfolio an economic advisor on his own to the president. The central bank governor, by his portfolio, is economic advisors to the president. The country as a nation on its own has a team of economic advisors involving the finance minister, the central bank governor, the commerce minister, and a few other people as a country. In addition to that, the president appointed an economic management team, having the central bank governor as the chair and the vice president as a co-chair. In addition to that, the executive mansion itself has an economic advisor. Let's add on to that. The president recently appointed another team headed by the vice president to do some economic thing, to know about prices and report. So when you count the layers, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 layers of economic advisors. The country is still doing nothing. This is why you should know. I will end on it quick. When United Party was in government 12 years ago, the country was not being led by Liberians. The country was actually being led by UNMIL, the international communities. So it is fair to say these guys who are there today don't understand how a country is run. I'm sorry to say, but it's a real truth. They have never experienced what it means to look for money, put economic policies together from your head, implement it, and make a country better. And as things go on, the only thing they will always achieve will always be exciting the base, lying to the people, exaggerating things, but the country will keep getting tough. They need to understand one thing. The United Party they had 12 years ago, when UNMIL was bringing money, When America was bringing money, China was bringing money, no longer exists. They need to tap on the expertise that was there and see how they can do something, or else the country will keep going the way it's going. And I'm afraid to say, things are getting tough. Things are tough and even getting tougher. If you speak to the people on the ground, you will understand it.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bopler. I believe you're good now. Let's hear you, sir.
Thank you, CEO. I do want to commend the president, because I think he's on the right path in terms of economic contradiction, and I think it's important that he's bold enough, transparent enough to say, hey, the economic contradiction. We seem to be doing things that's supposed to lower prices, but then prices are going the wrong direction. I commend him for that. That said, the way we're going about it, my suggestions will be different. Yes, why? We reduce, there's an analogy. You reduce tuition at Cottington University. Usually, tuition reduction leads to increased enrollment, and enrollment's going down. And then I want to fix it, or Dr. Horton, my boss, wants to fix it. And then she appoints the same executives from Cottington to check out why we're having problems with Cottington. So I would, in this case, have a team, Stanton, that is chaired by a private sector person, an economist, a good business person, and I would have more private sector people on it. And the economic management team, of course, will be in circulation, because you will need data from government. You will need consultation with government. But to ask the executive, the economic management team to pretty much evaluate itself. Have anybody been at a conference with a government official in Liberia? I was just at one in Bento. When they talk like everything all right. So now you're asking those same people to evaluate. Here's what I think is happening. It's a microeconomic situation that has morphed at the macro level. If most of these goods are imported, and they are, and yet you are having higher prices, you got a problem in the channel from importation to distribution. So you need to get in that channel, that's a microeconomy now, and find out what's going on. The most reliable data are from the principal actors, the business people, the buyers, the sellers, you know what I mean? All of those things. So you don't need a government to come, because the minister ain't coming there. You need private sector people. You gather data, then you sit with the minister, then you sit with the EMT, and then you talk about what you find. And then you analyze the information. Then you call the president and say, Mr. President, here's what we're finding. Oh, the market women say this one. The people over there say this one. Because remember, the cost of a good or service is almost always a function of the cost of production. In other words, what it costs me to get my gas to my gas station, it will affect my price. If I had to grease one elbow here, if I had to pour ink in somebody's pen over there, I'm passing on that cost to the consumer. So you may have reduced the price of gas in importation by $1, but if I spend 95 cents or $1.20 just to get that thing from the port to my station for distribution, Stanton, business people are not the Red Cross. They are going to pass the cost on. So I applaud the president. I will restructure the committee, and the chair should be a private sector person with a good background in economics or business.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bopler. This is, thanks to all of you that joining us, having a great show today. We applaud you. Let's bring in our producer. The man is learning on the job, producing his first day. Darius Doe. Welcome, sir. You got to unmute. That's exactly what I said. He's learning on the job. You know how to unmute, sir? You got to unmute.
Stand on, put him in the back.
I'm not doing it for you, Chief. You got to unmute him.
Stand on, put him in the back. He wasn't out time.
Okay, that's right. So let's see that what happened when you join just come. The man learning on the job, he can't unmute.
Oh, man, be merciful to the man.
I cannot unmute him. He producing. I cannot. He producing. He can mute and unmute. So I'm sorry that I mean,
it's not a pilot of a plane that is going down.
You're not gonna learn wildlife.
I think we're going to put this behind us. Let me see. Maybe he's okay now. Let's give him a few minutes. Are you okay now, Darius?
Yes.
Okay, good. Go ahead now.
So the thing is serious. We all remember in 2024, the LRA reported in the first quarter or so that there is a budget shortfall. In fact, the entire year, there is a budget shortfall of over 35 million. At the same time, LRA boss Double Jara were boasting of a surplus. That is the first thing that was coming to this government they didn't realize. You reporting a budget shortfall of over 35 million, and you still telling the Liberian people there is a surplus. The LRA performed. That came over to 2025. If there is a budget surplus, it should reflect in 2025. The impact should be felt. In the first quarter of this year, the House of Representatives Ways Meat Committee reported over 17 million budget shortfall. The next day, LRA came up and said it is not 17 million, it is 22 million budget shortfall. It will surprise you to know that the finance minister of Liberia, who is the head of the economic management team or central bank, what have you, Minister Gaffan is reporting a May fiscal year report. He just released that. That report says revenue exceeded May year projection. That means to say first quarter, second quarter, they met target and exceeded. How would there be a budget shortfall over 22 million in the first quarter, and you're saying the revenue in the second quarter that concludes the May year has overly performed? This is what's happening. So for this committee to even go to work now, it's a challenge, because both LRA and Ministry of Finance keep telling the Liberian people that the budget is performing, revenue is being generated, revenue is overperforming. How come the country will not be facing these kind of economic crisis when LRA and Finance Minister keep cooking the data, keep presenting the picture that the government is exceeding, is overly performing? That is a difficult task for the Vice President, because the very economic management team are reporting that the budget is overperforming. Though there is shortfall and the budget is on the way for recast, but still, another factor is you increase taxes in everything. The GST, even the US rate is a factor, because if you see the May report released by Minister Gaffan, they say it is driven by tax revenue. That means to say our people are paying more taxes because of the exchange rate. So if the Omar is making less than 150, say what, maybe $90, the US rate is now 200. They have to convert her $90 to LD to effectuate the taxes, both income and NASCO. So if we are level at $90, how much? She's not taking home $60 or $50. This is a simple thing that the government keep doing. The other group keep lying and saying everything is well. The revenue is performing. The country is good. We are exceeding target. Whereby the reality is on the fee. The prices are high. So it's a difficult task for the very conflicted economic management team. I'm surprised to see Ministry of Justice and Security Advisor management team.
Thank you very much. So we got to move on, Dr. Richardson. I will squeeze you in real quick. Yeah, go ahead, man.
I just wanted to say that based on what I heard from majority of the panelists here today, the president needs to reshuffle the team. There are people that were called today that should not be on the team. And this is, I think, what I heard from majority of those who spoke. I want to also question the selection of those on the team. When I see someone like, the prior businessman, Stephen Yekesson, I'm concerned because I just went into basic Google and researched the names of these people, especially the business people, the last two people, and I'm getting that that Stephen Yekesson was accused. He was former public work administrator. If it's the same Stephen Yekesson, he was former minister of public work in charge of administration, and he was accused by the anti-corruption institution that he donated $300,000 into 3 different separate bank accounts. Okay, so I just want the public to know that we need to be careful who put on these committee. Let them do their due diligence in terms of making sure that they vet the people correctly who are on this committee. I just, again, a simple Google check, pull out Stephen Yekesson's name. If it's the same Stephen Yekesson that said that he put in $305,000 into 3 separate bank accounts, and it was seen as a fraudulent behavior in our governmental practice. So I just wanted to say that.
It's very important, when we have this kind of conversation, we want to appreciate each and every one of you. Yes, Stephen Yekesson, Yekerson, a private businessman out of Fumba National Tax Institute, and a lot of others, ministry and entity that, but I don't know Stephen Yekesson, and I think since you raised the issue of those allegations, if that's the same Stephen Yekesson, and then we will investigate. Because, I'm concerned about the bread and butter of the issue, Paul. If you look at this document from the beginning, right here, they said things are fine in the country. They said things are okay. But while on the market, it is not reflecting. But the GST, the taxes, the tariff, isn't that a problem? Shouldn't the Commerce Ministry or the Finance Ministry say, but Chief, just April we raised taxes and we raised the GST. Why? On everything. On the milk, on the sugar, on the bread, on everything. We raised everything. So, are you looking to set a committee to know why these things are high? If you put $2 on bread, who's going to pay for it? That the person that the wholesaler will pay for the $2? No. That the old man that are going to buy the bread to fix the children's tea and bread in the morning. So seriously, I know I'm not an economist, but just common sense would tell you. The government came and said we will bring back the $2 or $3 on fuel. We shouldn't have taken it out from there. LPRC boasted that they put it back. Now you're going to ask why transportation fare is high? Folks, look at it. What's going on in our country? But also, and I will rest on this, now everybody know that the government admitting that things are hard. Simple.
Stanton, before you rest, let me. I sent you a chat. I have a question based on that chat. That transitory revenue. I'm not sure whether that is covered on the PFM law. So I tend to agree with Darius a little bit, and people are cooking the books. And
but you're right. We'll put your chat up. I just want to say we really do appreciate 11 o'clock in Liberia, 7 p.m. Eastern Time, USA. I really want to appreciate all of you. We're going to go to the RRRC now. We are covering all of our steps and want to appreciate you on that. The Guinea doing deep. I thought Guinea deporting people too. Right there, Guinea. No, man, this is crazy. No, you guys, no, this is not joke. Look at the deportees from Guinea.
And guess who they are deporting? Liberians. The Guineans deporting
Well,
Liberians.
let me lay this up. I thought only American would be deported. So Guineans say if you are not Guinean, you are not immigrant, you get away from the country. Guys, this is not a joke. Maybe you guys didn't see it. Look at the Liberians that don't know where to put them. At least in America, they can put you in a hotel for a time being. Oh, no, Paul, stop laughing on the show, Paul. No, how they treating our fellow Liberians, folks? Guinean deporting Guinea? Guinea deporting people? I mean, I don't know though. What is that swear on this government? Guinea deporting people too? My fellow brother, no, it's on the serious note, right? Paul, you gotta stop laughing, Paul. This is serious. This is not a laughing thing. Guinea, now you can get across the creek in Guinea, they say, don't come in our country, they send you back. What's going on here? Can somebody help us? What's going on? Can somebody say something? Look at the old man there, just to go sell a potato green in Guinea. They catch her and they send her back. They say you from Mexico, go back home. Paul, stop laughing, please.
Yeah,
Guinea is deporting people.
People using the Guinean law. So
no, I'm begging you the law, man. Yeah, I'm talking about law. I beg you, let me do my thing. When we get to you, we'll talk to her about the law. We know that's a sovereign country. I understand that. But can you imagine? Now, what happened? I reached out to LRRC and I asked them. And it says, Stanton, our problem, it's not just today. It's the failure of this government to intervene. And I said, how so? They said, but Stanton, number one, we don't even have the money that was allocated to us. They said, we don't even have vehicle. They say, you see the people standing stranded at the border, Conagray, no car to take them to where they should be. No transportation. The Guinean government told these people, say, you know why we are junta government. You got to register as Guinean if you don't want to be here. They say, no, we are Liberian. They say, but then you'll leave our country. They did that sometime in 2008, 2000, under the former government in Sierra Leone. The man rejected, he wrote a letter, and I just put that letter in the chat room. He wrote a letter to the UNHCR. The president wrote a letter to the UNHCR. So the Guinean government was waiting to see the response from the Liberian government. There's been a back and forth over and over. We got recording and all. The Liberian government care less. They went through the LRRC to leave from where the headquarters, the office, to go to the border. They don't have transportation. And I question, when we dug in the budget, look, LRRC, just look at it, 2024, 1.8 million. 2025, 714,000. So you see exactly what's going on. 2024, it was 1.899. The estimated all-time was 1.857. That's part of our WOSI. 2025, look at the budget, $714,000. 714,000. And LRRC said they broke like hell. They don't have money. This is a national security issue, but the government is not listening. Dr. Richardson, it is concerning. We can put all joke aside, that you have come to realize that these people at the border, they don't even have transportation to bring them home as refugees. 50% cut in the LRRC budget, but you want them to perform. So let's do a quick round on this. Dr. Richardson, you go.
I want to side with, I think someone was speaking about the law relating to Guinea. We cannot go into other people's country and, be unlawful. So countries are moving into being nationalistic. We know that, we feel that, especially we who are not in Liberia. So Guinea is trying to protect their own country, their nationalistic security or national security or their nationalistic behavior. They're trying to do that. On the other hand, the budget you show for LRRC and your concern center here is how we are treating our own citizens once they are returned to Liberia is not befitting. Okay, this should at least give them more dignity. That's, in my opinion, this should have been handled with more dignity. But given the budget that we and the amount of empathy that we have for our own citizens, the way that we treat our own citizens, that's what we are saying. It's not important to us, but I expect us to be, if we behave unlawfully, we'll be returned to our country. This is why we fight all the time.
Thank you. Paul Kennedy, what say you? The /50% of the LRRC budget, the way in which folks, not only Guinea now, Sierra Leone, all over will be coming on repatriation, it's troubling. Paul.
Yeah, it's a difficult question, Stanton, especially for people who, some of whom have been out of the country for a while, right? First of all, somebody talk about crime, laws. We need to know what these people committed. If they are only deporting them based on, overstaying their visa, and then I'm going to be asking what kind of visa they give them, since with the ECOWAS passports, you really don't need visa. You just need to go and, be there. And after, I think, 3 or 6 months, you go back and regularize your status. So we need to deep in to really figure out what status they're on there. But the mere fact that they are sitting at a border point and the LRRC cannot facilitate their movement back into the country. And then, as far as transportation is concerned, then I'm going to be thinking transit point, because when you bring these people, you need to put them in transit, right? To a transit facility where you feed them, clothe them, give them something that can help them to re-enter into society. What are those arrangements? Does the LRRC even have the ability to transport and keep these people at a transit facility while they relocate with their relatives and people in the country? Some of those who don't have relatives in the country anymore, how's government planning to accommodate them? These are the kind of questions we should be asking. So it's just not a go and lay down and get up and sleep thing. It has to be well thought through and planned, and the group that is responsible for doing that is the LRRC. So if LRRC cannot even afford to bring the people from the border in town, I'm afraid we're going to have a problem.
We do have a problem. There's a report coming in. I will not share this document because I got to edit it. Well, that LRRC for this year, they only receive, as per the budget, the first quarter. Are we in the second quarter or are we in the third quarter, Isaac? How does the quarter run? Is that 4 months or 3 months?
3 months.
3 months. 3 months. So they are saying that they just received first quarter. So it's January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August. So we are in the third quarter now. So imagine that they have not received the last 2 quarters to be current. LRRC challenging the finance minister on this show. Even the budget was reduced for 2025 to $714,036. They just gave them the first quarter only. They don't have money, nothing whatsoever, to move through. For the second quarter, 0. And we're in the third quarter. So imagine you have people at the border right now stranded. Imagine these are not all of them. The Guineans say we'll kick them out. We don't need them. And the Guineans also calling them rebels. Just to add, the Guineans also, it's a junta government. There is a national security issue and some funny things happening. And I think by tomorrow we will put out the budget, that the allocation that was given to them for the first quarter. These guys, they are mad, but you know what? Fubi, at their end of them to talk publicly, they will fire them. So they cannot say fine. Talk to me, Fubi.
Yeah, so on the issue of Guinea, we need to know exactly why are they being deported. And for the issue of LRRC, I think HRRC should only be functioning when there's emergency. It shouldn't be a permanent entity that just sitting down there and collecting money from government. And you have, I don't know how many persons that are being deported that you need special budget to go and pick them up. Send one NTA bus to pick the people up and bring them in town. They got our families in Liberia. Except they banned the country for so long.
It doesn't work like that, really. It doesn't work like that, though.
Yeah, well, I'm saying you got your family. The family were refugees in Liberia, in Ghana, and we at some point were being repatriated back to Liberia. We got it. We got them. We just took our particular and went straight to our house. So my point is saying, if you got your family established,
your father served as
speaker for all this. Being Henry.
You are Henry's, Fully.
No, it ain't about being Henry's. No. The point I'm making, every Liberian got a relative in Liberia. So you're not just coming, you're not going to a strange country.
That's not true. I will interrupt you. That's not true.
Hold your peace. You're not going to a strange country. You are going back home. So unless you tell me that you don't have no family member in Liberia, you been out of contact with everybody in Liberia, and you just been out of the country for years, and you just coming back today, and you're going to have a new beginning. Then we'll start to ask that question. But if you have family member, you've been in touch with them, coming back home should not be an issue. It should be one of the easiest things, because everybody be sitting there waiting for refugees. And to me, you know, but there's acute emergency, like when they were closing the Buduburan camp, that was an emergency. And then you bring these people back, settle them for a few times, and let them get back into the society, go back to their relatives and whatever family member they have, and start life. But you just have one or two persons, electric just saying that waiting for $1 million budget to operate. To me, I don't think we should operate like that. And, you know, whatever process the Guineans going through to deport them, we should understand that, because with the ECOWAS protocol, we shouldn't be talking about deportation unless you committed a crime. You know, for that, then they'll have all right to deal with you in line with their law. But if you just living peacefully, I don't think we should have this one. The one is the reason I always criticize the ECOWAS. ECOWAS have been, the whole ECOWAS issue have been a whole struggle. We just struggling about it. So I think that's my view on it.
Thank you very much, Fubi. Thanks a lot. Oh boy. But you didn't say anything about the 50% slash in the budget from last year to this year, though. 50%.
No, I said
they are not getting any money.
I said FRC should not even be a standing entity. It should operate only when there's emergency. Okay. And it shouldn't just be sitting and having FRC there forever.
Thank you. So let me bring in Colonel Gray. Colonel.
Stanton, firstly, I think when it comes to these pacts between amongst Mano River membership, Liberia is one of the only countries that are observing the rules. We have this issue of carte de jour, those who live in French, Francophone speaking countries. They chase you down if you don't have that carte de jour. And that is the practice that is going. But we had refugees that settled on our soil back, I think, in Congo Mano. I'm familiar with what obtained in Cape Mount. Those people were integrated into a system, or those who still wanted to maintain their citizenship from Sierra Leone, where, you know, they were accorded that humanitarian escort out of our country. I don't think anybody observing the Mano River Pact more than us. I could be biased, but I'm concerned more with why the budget from 2023 went up 3 times in 2024. What happened to that money? Are these some of the sources that people are using to hide money in these entities so people can go back in the back there and collect them? Because the function of the LRRC under WOSI and so forth, you know, are not commensurable with that kind of money. So what happened to that money? The people collect it. So as time goes by, yes, the budget should reduce, because then you're not bringing so much people, you're not repatriating so much Liberians. But what happened with that high budget they set forth and then we're not seeing anything that was done. Those people came in, they barely have shelter. They barely have food. What happened to that money? Who divided those money among themselves? You know, so that's the question that I would be asking. More or less, LTRPRC exists to primarily help resettled Liberians. Are they doing that job? But I don't think so. I think people are just putting money in the budget just so they can pick it up somewhere. And this is an old practice of government that needs to stop, in my opinion. Stanton.
You know what? You touched on a lot of stuff. I'm not going to go to the MRU. I'm going to stick with the Liberian problem on ourselves, which of course is the budget. You are right. You know, the revolving door, they increase the budget, they take the money, the allegation on Patrick Ozie and his deputies. They are now facing criminal indictment through LDCC. But you also understand that this current one, they reduce it to 700 and some change. And we still got refugees then all over. The Guinean, can you imagine Guinean sending our people home? Can you imagine? And you won't talk to me about law? I know they are sovereign state, but it's a disgrace to this government. Couldn't Samuel Kofi Wolf's national security advisor negotiate better? There was no other ways. I mean, he was very fast to send a Guinean national back to the country. We heard the story, we read the story in the middle of the night. But what happened to this executive order? Supporting integration and access to social services and safety nets for refugees and other vulnerable population in Liberia. Executive Order 144. What happened to this executive order? Look at the executive order, folks. And look at people stranded. They were kicked out of Guinea. What happened to this executive order? 144. Can you imagine what's the explanation here? The guys then at LTRPRC saying the men, if they call for the money on the second quarter, they have not gotten it. Gafan said no money. We in third quarter. Gafan saying no money. The people on set pay. Then my brother Fubi saying get an MTA bus. MTA bus broke down in Maryland. It can't make it no more. The buses are breaking down. You didn't see that? I mean, this is embarrassment. And we sitting out here and saying get an MTA bus. MTA bus where? My cousin for playing his own game just to take 3 years out. But let's bring our Akaris grade that will both play Tama and Acid will come in. Akaris, here we are. The people are stranded, getting kicking us out.
Yes, this is unique to the Unity Party administration. I remember under President Sirleaf, Ghana did the same. And the way Liberians were treated in Ghana, I was surprised when the information minister went on and condemned Liberians. We had to counter that. The way Liberians were treated, I think that was in some year, but that was the first thing. The thing here is that, you know, I wanted to differ one of the panelists here. Some of the people left Liberia in 1990, just through the border. From 1990 to now, 35 years. They may not even remember the village they came from. Some of them were born in Guinea. They know nowhere in Liberia. People lost total contact with family members. Some of them don't even know any family member in Liberia. The government is under obligation by the very constitution to provide necessary protection for her citizens, and even have some inhabited areas for them. That's a constitutional responsibility of the government of the Republic of Liberia. That's the oath we took to uphold, protect, and defend the Constitution. So LTRPRC at every point in time, there is an emergency issue. They should release some money to them because it's an emergency issue. It's a disgrace to Liberia for our citizens to be still refugees in their own country for quite a long time. I didn't even know they had Liberian refugees in Guinea, to be frank with you. And Guinea putting there, and someone say ECOWAS protocol. I want to tell you this, every ECOWAS country you go to, usually they give you 3 months resident permit. Even in Liberia, yeah. Even some of you people who apply for visa, they give you the first 3 months. To come to Liberia, some people apply for visa. Have they seen that before? Okay, they are West Africans. So ECOWAS protocol is not just a carte blanche. Every country give you the first 3 months, somebody decide to give you 6 or 1 year, but they give you 3 months. That's the protocol. You can't just stay in West African country away and pleasure. You think what people are talking about sending Burkina Faso back from Liberia? You can't just walk into Liberia and just stay in Liberia. The immigration is working in Liberia. So I just believe that, look, the government is very irresponsible. And we'll say people get vexed. They're being irresponsible, that your citizens will be languishing at the border area there. I don't even know which border area, whether that Logado or whether that Ganta. Okay, the Guinean government will just come and dump your citizen. But now they should have some temporary shelter for those people with immediate effect. Even if at the border area, they should have temporary shelter for them with immediate effect. Schools are closed. So you should collect one of the government schools and also provide beddings and all of those things and have them there temporarily. That's what a responsible government will do. Okay, instead of languishing and the LTRIC is a statutory entity created by law. They have a responsibility. Okay, if they don't have the money, they will not act. So they should be treated as an emergency issue with immediate effect. That's what I see. And those are Liberians. You show that picture, it's disturbing. It's like coming back to your home and being refugee in your own home. Look at the photos. Look at where the people are sitting. It's a recipe for even disaster. It's a recipe for chaos. It could be a health epidemic. The way those people are living, pneumonia, all of those things, you don't know what may happen. I mean, I also agree that it should be screened. It's very important also. They should be checked. They should be screened. So you need to deploy the health team down there. It's very important to know what they're coming with. You need to deploy the national security there. It's very important, but it should be placed somewhere in the meantime and screened and taken care of. But it's pathetic. I hope in the next 24 hours or 48 hours, the government will take an immediate action. And I want to say thank you to the Spoon Network for bringing all this important conversation, because it's a human-related story, which is very important, not just politics, but human-related story. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, sir. There you go. Executive Order 108, which promoted integration and access to social services and safety nets. You can read it. It's there, man. These people are stranded. Dr. Boplay. What's going on here, Dr. Boplay?
Thank you, CEO. So, CEO, the pictures you showed are counted 8 persons. Is that all? The 2 ladies plus these 6 gentlemen. So 8 of our citizens at the border stranded. Is that it?
No, there are more, but these are the pictures we obtained from the few.
Okay, all right. So a few things. First, and I think one of my fellow panelists may have raised the issue. It would be good for us to know why they're being sent back. Okay, if it's a infraction of the law kind of thing, one of the government strand in the arrest agenda is rule of law. So Liberians, we have to be law-abiding everywhere, just like we expect others to come to our country to be law-abiding. So I don't know yet. I'm sure we'll find out later. That said, if they're sent back, it is our responsibility, our meaning, the government of the Republic of Liberia, to bring these persons home. Now, to me, even if the LRRC Stanton didn't get their allotment, and they should, we should be able to move and get our citizens from the border and bring them back home. That's interagency collaboration. We got plenty of agency here with big buses and all the things riding right on Moravia in a little 4-mile radius. We can borrow one, go to the border, make people matter a priority. Value your citizens. Go get them, bring them, network them, integrate them, reintegrate them back into society. That can be done even without the LTRA getting all this money. Use that's where leadership come in. Go to your fellow agents and say, listen, we have an emergency. Because there's an emergency when your citizens sitting at the border. We have an emergency. finance, can you give us something? NASCAR, can you let us use your bus? And move to the border, okay, and get them. Ask some of the lawmakers or the ministers to get more than enough gas slip. We got an emergency. We're going to get our citizens and bring them home. Leaders in this government must be creative and innovative. Don't just sit down, wring your hands, say, we ain't got no money. The citizens there, they need to come back home. Go get them and bring them back home and reintegrate them. Then we deal with the problem of why didn't we have our resources available in the meantime anyway? So I think we should go get our citizens, and bring them home. Whether they did something, didn't do something, they can't be sitting over there. Bring them home and then address the issue of shortage. I will say though, like to Fubi's point, and I know this is not a popular position, but I'll say that for where we are as a nation, with the constraint of our resources, the repatriation agency should be a committee. It should not be a standing agency that absorbs resources on an ongoing monthly basis. It can be a committee with its allocated budget. Once there's a situation, you kick into motion, you got your leadership, you got your team, you use the resources, you go and get people, you bring them home, you integrate them using other agencies, whether it's gender ministry and do the social service thing. I think that will help us some. Instead of expending most of the resources, look at the budget. Obviously, like most places, the biggest chunk of your budget is payroll. So you look at the budget, you're paying all this money month by month, then you got 8 people trying to get home. You can't bring them home because you don't have resources. Make it a standing committee, meaning you got people who you're going to call up whenever this happens. The money is there, boom, boom, boom. You got your template. Let's go to our Ivorian border. Let's go over there and let's bring people home. But that's for later. Now, CEO, we just need to bring our fellow citizens home and reintegrate them.
Thank you very much, Dr. Boblet. Tama, let's hear you, and after that we close this. This is concerning, though. Maybe have this happened before? That a Guinea saying Guinea talking about immigration issue now, and Guinea deporting. To me, I don't know. Guinea too? Guinea?
Of course, Guinea is a sovereign country. Thank you, CEO.
Is that my question? What are they assuming?
I'm going to make a point. Let me make a point. And you don't have to respond, but a show of hands. How many of you on this show have been refugees? All right, two out of 9. Okay, please don't be shy because I was a refugee.
Nobody has to answer you if they don't want to answer you.
That's okay. I saw 4 hands. That's great. But here's what I'm going to say. I think my position on the LRRC funding, first of all, I think is due to the fraud that happened in our agency, and now that its leadership is being prosecuted, and I think they should be prosecuted to the fullest.
But Tamba, don't do this. Tamba.
Let me say.
No. Tamba, I want to interrupt you. I beg you, Brother Tamba. Brother Tamba, I beg you. The incident, the fraud, the allegation of corruption, that the reason why you're saying Gafwan not giving the people the money for this year?
I didn't even call Gafwan name. That's just my position on the budget. Now, let me talk about the incident, Stanton. Let me talk about the incident.
Wow.
Let me talk about the incident. I didn't even talk about Gafwan. Gafwan should do his job. But here's what I'm going to say. I don't think we should generalize because, and I'm not coming to the defense of Guinea, but I spent 10 years, almost 10 years in Guinea as a refugee. And Guineans has been some of the most hospitable hosts of Liberian refugees. Over 500,000 of them were in Guinea for decades, probably more than 2 decades. Refugee status is protected by the United Nations High Commission for Refugees. And given the situation in your home country, you can stay in any country indefinitely. You are protected. However, when situation improve, I left Guinea as an international student to go to the US to go study before I returned to Liberia more than a decade later. But when situation as a refugee in your home country improve, the expectation is that the host country Your country will find means, the Liberian government will find means to return and accept refugees coming back into Liberia to work about reintegration. However, refugees may also stay in their refugee country, in their state of refuge, where they have gone as refugees. And if they have stayed longer and conditions back home have been improved, the country they are in may seek integration. And the integration is like you speak the language, you find a job, you take residency, or you become a national of that country. And that's how the West African countries have been able to absorb some of the Liberian refugees. I'm not saying what happened to our brothers and sisters who were deported or who were allegedly deported by the Guinean government was the right thing to do. They should have all of the protection under the law as per the Geneva Convention, as per UNHCR rules. But it is incumbent upon us to understand how these rules work. We shouldn't generalize. I would say, look, we should thank Guinea for being one of the countries that hosted Liberian for over 2 decades. And they did well for Liberian refugees. I'm a testament. It was in Guinea that I got my student visa to go to New York.
I want to hear your story. We're not saying that it's Guinea, get refugees in a bad thing. Let's come to the issue. The struggle to the border. And you're talking about your student visa.
So it comes back on Liberia. It's not on Guinea. It's come back on Liberia.
Yeah, but let's talk about it now. But you don't want to hear about your student visa and how you left and came. That's your own bread or book. Don't tell us about your student visa international. Are you bluffing for your girlfriend? Are you showing single? Are you showing somebody?
I have already read the book, Stanton. I asked me to read a book. It's already here. It's already here.
Then do part two.
It's already here. So for the situation that happened with the 8 people, look, it shouldn't be generalized. The LRRC is responsible with our immigration services to find a way to reintegrate our brothers. And if their rights were violated, then of course we have the diplomatic channels. You remember Nene who was arrested, the Fula lady who was arrested in Monrovia, and the Guinean got involved because it was all over the media and front pages. The Guinean got involved because it became a diplomatic issue. So that's why I say, look, our immigration and our international officials, foreign office should get involved wherever there's a violation of rights of our citizens. We should get to the bottom of it, and then we hold those people accountable. But Liberia need to welcome its people back. We have refugees who are still lingering in other countries, including Ghana and Sierra Leone and Guinea and many other countries. Some were waiting on resettlement and they have not been able to go. They have not been fortunate to travel. We need to come up with a comprehensive strategy to get our Liberian citizens back home, Stanton. And that's my position. And let's do that.
Thank you. At least you change your position, man. Deal with your students.
No, I didn't change my position. I didn't change my position.
Thank you very much. Isaac, let's hear you, man. This guy. Isaac.
Yeah, Stanton, I'm here. So this is fact, not politics, because we don't play politics. Everything this government continues to tell us, the opposite of it is being seen. Just quite recently, the government told us of the good relationship they had with Guinea. And a few months later, Guinea shipping our people out. Just a few months ago, President Barker signed a big, beautiful, sweet, shiny,
Yeah, let you talk to the kids. Darius, take it away. Let's hear you.
Yes. So this is so unfortunate. It is happening.
Give it back to Asa real quick. Asa, are you good?
Sorry, I think crazy. Just playing game all day, yelling at crazy man.
Yeah, it happens. They're on break.
Yeah, man. I tell you, I got no crazy person in my house. I'm begging him. What did the man yelling? I go so the man voice can move around my ear.
Be careful. Dr. Richards in here. Stop calling people crazy.
Well, man, you don't take me off my tail. I'm saying you. So, my man, let's be fair. Someone you just posted up the whatever they call it that President Barker signed. Let me summarize what that whole thing says. We give refugees and those we repatriating decent living standard. Make sure they are in safety social net. Make sure they get food 3 days or 3 times a day. What kind of government can just come and just talk? What kind of government is this? I mean, we have said this over and over again. Can these people see that to run a government is hard? To run a government is really hard. While you are looking at problem A, you think you're solving A, you're making all the B more problem B there. Before you turn to problem B, problem C, problem D, the problem all around the place. To run a government is hard. I think the government needs to take time out and chill a little bit. The government lies too much. And once the government continues this path, they will keep facing problems. They will keep facing problems. Why was President Baga signing that big, long, plenty writing thing he calls or executive order? Why was he signing it to do what? They born eat 3 times a day and decent living, like they are panicking. Hey, yeah, the papish come, man. So why are we with that today now? It was just a few days ago we all LTP people for the first time in the history of Liberia, the people get decent or shelter. These are the reality of things. The government needs to stop lying. Everything the government continues to tell us on the paper, we are seeing the opposite in real life. And I don't know how many more people can be disappointed in this government. I think a lot of, I'm not talking about opposition. Opposition knew that the government wouldn't do anything because we tested them. We know what they did when we took power. One of the reasons why we don't talk about it because we failed to persecute these people. We failed to order them. So we don't talk about it. That's a failure on us. Have we done that? Liberia was coming to break loose. But this is the reality of things we're seeing. This is the reality. These people have no clue on what they want to achieve. They get the arrest agenda. Everything they're doing now is different from what is in the arrest agenda. They just came from Japan, and the only thing they released, they said Japan government said they will support the arrest agenda. Arrest agenda got 8 billion. Are they saying Japan said they will get 8 billion to Liberia? What specific part? If you ask them which one, they will start insulting you, insulting your man. I don't know what kind of government is this. Sometimes it gets us so tired to even say the government is just BM, it's just scam. And truth being told, the people are feeling it every single day. We are not stopping them from insulting. They can keep insulting us every day. But the reality beyond the insult will always show. And this is the same thing we talk about these people returning now, nowhere to stay, nowhere to at least start from, because everything they were doing were all lies. No money.
Thank you. Minister Asedo, thank you very much for your contribution. I want to say to all of you joining us, man, what a wonderful day to have a wonderful show. The producer on the training, Daristo, let's hear you. We get just 1 more to go. Then we'll start closing the show. I know we're going to hang here for a few more minutes. Daristo, let's hear you.
So this is so unfortunate, and it is happening at this time. You know, the guys are making the president to just sign every piece of paper that comes before his desk. Every piece of paper. And then the second thing they are doing to President Bouaka is that every speech, they will put certain things in the president's speech that he will repeat everywhere he goes. We will fix the country. If that is not in the speech, then the second thing that will be in the president's speech will be, we want to see the dividend of the country 177 years old. Those two things will always be there. We will face, think, love, and build. But on the opposite, these things are not happening. If the vice president has been appointed on all of the committees to solve problems, I think I want to recommend to Ned that the vice president of Liberia recommends to the president to dismiss LRA boss and Minister Gafuan. These two ministers are the problem for this government. Because when you keep lying to the Liberian people, keep cooking numbers, keep telling the Liberian people on paper that the economy is overly performing, revenue is pouring in. And then today, we saw it with youth and sport. You say you give them 900,000 in the budget is reflected in the 2024 atom. But at the end of the day, Ministry of Youth and Sports said only 500,000. Today, like LRRC, he said he gave them money, 1.8 million. Today, they are coming up to say they don't have money. How many government institutions, Minister Gafuan, LRA, and those responsible for the budget keep cooking the numbers and putting figures that the people are not seeing? Mind you, they are superintendents, the counties are not receiving county development fund. 2024, they did not receive all their funds. People are afraid to come and speak out. But the paper, the budget is carrying, is reflecting those figures. The budget is reflecting those figures. This is serious. The government needs to step in to address the situation of our Liberians, our Liberian brothers and sisters that are being deported. Why will LRRC don't have even vehicle? When you say you gave them 1.8 million last year and then you drop it to half of what you gave them to 700 and some more thousand. This is serious. This is damaging.
Thank you very much. So we can before we can do what we want to do and laugh. It is embarrassing what we want down. We want to see the all of you again. You can go back and watch the show. You can share the show continuously. Tell somebody, because this LRRC issue is a problem. It's a big problem. I really want to talk to the former LRRC director, Alfonso Wallis. I hope he can call. I hope he can call me, because so what you want to say? GAFA is celebrating good budget. That's what you're saying. If you get the money, why so many entity and ministry crying? I mean, then when I say GAFA is a bloody liar, people say, why am I saying that? Because he is. I mean, something about GAFA seems not to be correct. LRRC say you have done only our first quarter. We stay asking, second and third, you say no money. We're just discussing about other people yesterday, right? The person want money, GAFA said no money. Look at LU, Mama Payan, Mama Payan, Makwana, wow, Nia will call Makwana. Look out, she thinking about resigning. Yeah, because you know that Mama Payan is not sticking in my head. Let me just call Makwana. Look out, the LU president, Makwana. They want to
stand and call a woman by her right name.
Bad, I was so bad. I will do it on a diplomatic format. No, not bad. Okay, Mama Payan, something like that.
Call her Dr. Mapayan.
My man, you be your doctor on there. A woman know I'm talking about her, I'm gonna call Dr. Mapayan. A woman know that, yeah, that's my friend, you know. But let's say this, let's be serious, right? There will be no mistake yet. Mama Payan she want to resign. GAFA said to give her money? No way. It's zero. Everywhere GAFA said he gets somebody money, the person come by and says, Stanton, you know, we can't talk. We can't talk. But on paper, they gotta say they get money. Look at you first sport. Come back and say you're lie. They said, Kobe, we give you 8 something. Kobe and said, no, not 15. Kobe and said, we never found the document yet. We had to dig in our sources to know that where the other 400,000 from? Where? What did it do with their money? 400,000 United States dollars. I mean, it's bad. We cannot operate like this, folks. Just second year in the government, massive looting, massive stealing, second year in the government. Who will save this government? Who? Find the one person you know. Who will save this government? Things are hard. The last 3.5 years that remain, everywhere we talk about a person, you know what, I can do this and that a problem. I can turn my phone off. I said, do. They can call, they get tired. Sometimes if I went downstairs that a problem, I leave the office, I can leave my phone. Yeah, because I know when my daughter or my mom call and get me, they will call my work phone. So I can leave my phone here. There is strategies now. I don't want anybody calling me. My head can be pounding, Dr. Boble. Because the problem too much. Then when I come on my phone, Then you see all the text messages. LPRA, the regulator for LPRC. I have the whole payroll something that a booklet. LPRA, what's the work? I'll put it in the chat room. Disparity. People are suffering. Who should we turn to? Then people will sit there and say, oh yeah, people don't want to do it. They want to what? Sure, what to. The people are to the border today. They are to the border right now. Right now as we speak. They're dead. Right now. We say we must send NTA buses. NTA buses, they carry Maryland, it broke down. It can't come back. It broke down. That's not how it is. I'm going to bring the former LRC just briefly while we close the show. Hello? Yeah. Is this Alfonso?
Yes, this is Alfonso Wallis, former Deputy Executive Director for RC.
Thank you. It's good. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Are you following the status of Guinea and Liberia refugees? People are stranded to the border. I mean, how did we get here? What was the story briefly? Listen, we don't have enough time, but I will invite you on the show. If you're in Liberia, you can come in studio and help us understand better where you left the LRC, LRC, where you left it and what's going on right now. So briefly tell us, and then you can join us in studio to explain further.
Thank you so much. This situation is actually sad, and nobody in Liberia should support anything that humiliates Liberians, most especially those who fled the country and were seeking refuge in another country, particularly Guinea. That situation was as a result of the war that fought in Liberia, and some of these people been in Guinea since 1990 up to now. They can locate some of their family members. So the LRC is the Liberia Refugees Repatriation and Reintegration Commission. That reintegration in the LRC in the 3 hours mandates the LRC to ensure that when this kind of situation is occurring, the LRC is under obligation as the main humanitarian organization in Liberia to intervene. Meaning that at this stage, by now, the LRC should be to where these people are, being accompanied by the Ministry of Health to ensure that these people can be processed through the health processes to ensure that they don't come into the country with any disease. They will also be accompanied by the LIS, Liberia Immigration Service, to ensure that they are actually Liberian because they have that method on our doors to ensure that they can check, they know who Liberians are. And then the LRC has what we call a reintegration center right here in Johnsonville. These people will be drawn here for reintegration purposes. That process requires that they should go through some kind of counseling processes, working with Red Cross to identify some of their family members that they might have known in the past, and then the government on that arrangement will need to find what we call reintegration packages.
Thank you. And thank you. I'm going to hold you there. Thank you. I'm going to hold you there because that's exactly what needs to be done. I want to say to you, please take your time and join the show. We'll be looking forward to having you if you can come in studio. You are digging deeper into this story, and I really appreciate. Please do right on the Congo-Town Bar Road. You can join us to really talk to us on this refugee status. Alfonso, we really appreciate your short call in, sir.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Yeah. Thank you. I will reach out to Alfonso. Dr. Richardson saying all the steps he laying out though. I know all these steps. What's happening? The people are stranded, and yet we are.
Yeah, I agree with his steps. It's consistent with what one of the panelists said that the United Nations Refugee Commission, High Commission requires you have to take care of your citizens, even if they were unlawful, in another country or they had unlawful entry, you still have to be able to bring them back and make sure that you take care of them. And then we can work on the other modalities that relates to, where the money will come from and all of those things. It is constitutional that we take care of the welfare of Caribbeans wherever they are. And that's what I have to say about that.
So if there's any other thing, we're trying to close this thing. We discuss issue of national concern. I want to say to you the back and forth as to where the president of Liberia is right now. You can either ask Kula Fofana or you can go ahead and ask Daniel Sando. What's the message out there? Where is President Barker? Is he coming home or is he not coming home? Is he on different, OPS? What's happening? Because Daniel Sando saying one thing, Kula saying another thing, and everybody waiting for the final messenger. What's the achievement on the 40-man delegation trip? Just to go eat, just to chill? I mean, it's so frustrating. There is no coordination. It's ugly. It's frustrating. There is no coordination. What's happening, my people? Let's close the show on this one. We'll start with Akaris Mosigray.
Stand on the whole thing, Chakla. That the Bobler cannot even protect them no more. For that meeting, I noticed that the Bobler went to the way the government officials are providing hope, and there is no hope. Just say, man, this is a mess. That the Bobler, hello. You know why now? You can't make it, but it can be easy to not government. You can just sit down, you say, wow. But on a serious note, that the Bobler, that the Richardson, Kennedy, Tama, the guys have messed up. Why would the press secretary be saying one thing and the Minister of Information, the deputy, be saying another thing? I guess the deputy Minister of Information didn't just jump out to speak. Probably his boss may have called him. He wouldn't just jump out to make a statement or getting information from Japan. I doubt that. So there's not just a gap in communication, but it shows that there is some beef. Because for the press secretary to just come out and say the president's trip still remain as planned, as scheduled, nothing has changed. And obviously, who do I believe? I believe the press secretary, because the press secretary is like the official spokesperson for the president. I believe the press secretary. But again, my friend at the rescue government, everything chakra. I don't really want to talk much about this time. But when you got people who feel that they know all and they don't know anything, people come to the governance process with lack of true experience. I know PR was press secretary before, and he came to the Ministry of Information, but Daniel Sando, zero experience, just from Senator Nyombli Kanga office. She suspended him one time for some rudeness in the office at the Capitol building, you remember very well, okay? And then again, you get Kura, who I think still learning on the job. I don't think, but she's still learning on the job, to be frank with you. For approach that I see on Facebook and other things in the office of the president, and that representation of the office of the president is not an ordinary thing. There are just certain things you can't do or say at any point in time. But against everybody, even the deputy minister, state minister of state, they're all in the same thing. But what is of interest is that the government feel over. You feel the economy of the country, you feel information dissemination, no coordination. Everyone think that they're on their own. You go to DEA, the deputy accusing officials of government, nothing coming from other aid. The deputy cannot work with certain people. The head also there struggling with the deputy. So the coordination in the government is a serious issue. Even the old man who passed away, I had the same issue of coordination. He was being undermined. Some people say so, from what I read today from one news report. Okay, he got disgusted. So the issue of a dangerous construction of a coalition government leads to some of this competition, and where the president doesn't have total control, and you just allow everybody, or laissez-faire. Let's just say it's a kind of a laissez-faire government, where everyone will just do his or her own stuff, no action, no restriction. So it's not strange. And then you give us something to chew on, that Buble or my friend Tamawi used to help them. I see that he little bit giving up now. Okay. But you give us something to chew on, Tama. You know that my job not to clap for national government, that Buble knows that very well. That my job is not to clap for the national government. I cannot do that. It's not my responsibility. So you get the ministry is disjointed when it comes to information dissemination. The press secretary is there. They're not coordinating. In fact, the ministry, if you look at technically, the ministry has no authority. But the press secretary speaks directly for the president. So the press secretary came in and said that thing the ministry is saying, they're talking their own thing. Okay? I don't know whether Daniel Sando Bosman sewing, because there is something, I work with a lot of people before. Sometimes the little guy will say, my man, go say the thing. That's what the president said, or what will happen. You say you go to a backfire, call you, say, my man, tell you that thing, forget about it. Yeah, but I will plan, but the pressure came, so the president changed his mind, and all of those things. But he said good for the governance process in terms of information dissemination and communication. I think it's not good at all. And Stanton, I just want to close seriously, because I have my program on Saturday and Sunday. So I will try to be on and off the show, because for me, it's a major program of reconciliation of my partisans, sympathizers, and supporters in our district. We use that day for healing, for statement. They will talk what they have to say. They will provide suggestions, solutions on Saturday. Then on Sunday, we have a sporting festivity and musical thing to close or everything. So I'm very engaged, and I think that our district should be the beacon of hope.
Yeah, but you're saying this thing, I think you're behaving like the president. You call for peace and reconciliation, and you fail to attend the retirement ceremony of the Chief Justice, and you call for peace and reconciliation, but you miss an apostle. You are calling for peace and reconciliation for your district. Are you inviting Prince to? Will you shake his hand?
My first approach is to call for reconciliation. A horse divided cannot stand. So from 2005,
we understand you and Prince are divided. So will you shake his hand? Will you call him?
I'm talking about the CDC. It's basically a CDC thing.
Oh, so your peace and reconciliation not across CDC borders?
No, it's CDC supporters and partisans within the district.
The other Liberian people that they're not in peace and reconciliation.
When a political party want reconciliation, the way forward, they got to call Unity Party people. Lead out. Yes.
Richardson, go ahead. Just that CDC peace and reconciliation that Richardson.
We're moving the close, right? Is that what talking about?
And we'll talk tomorrow.
I appreciate you making your announcement here about your peace and reconciliation regarding CDC. I hope when I'm ready to talk about CMC that Mr. Stanton Witherspoon can be just as gracious to listen to that and not cut me off. So I just wanted to register that point.
Tomorrow, every time I can pay you, don't mind. I just told the show tonight.
Oh, you can pay into the show, okay? But I don't.
Let's stand on your. Can send me receipt.
You must send the check to me next time so I can verify that.
What?
Oh, you trust me? We said what? Okay. All right.
You got Truth FM, so maybe I will send a check to Truth FM. Musa Ability.
Whatever you want to talk about, you can talk about Musa Ability. That's fine.
No, Ability station. I was just there recently.
Yes, great. Thank you. So you want to bring Musa Ability?
Thank you very much. That close the show peacefully.
Well, I sent a.
Mr. Green, man. Let the lady land.
I can't have a good night.
I can't say. No, let him say the show. Let him say.
I can't have a good night. Let him laugh at Richardson.
Yeah,
okay. when we have this inconsistency in communication with the government, it suggests that there's something going on. I mean, they're allowed to make mistake, but that was a major blunder in terms of, the president is returning or he's not returning. I expect them to be able to communicate, let the Ministry of Information communicate with the executive mansion, and so that they can be clear. All right. But I'm not so concerned about that. I'm more concerned about the entourage that the president took to Japan, given the state of our country, given the state of the economy. That's what I'm very concerned about. I would have loved to have seen a smaller group of people, more productive, more innovative group of people that would be speaking in the interest of Liberia. But given the situation, our economy is very bad. To be taking about 40 persons with you for what? For a couple of days? I think we did the math here maybe yesterday or a couple of days ago that how much one, even with the economy class ticket will cost for 40 persons to Liberia, to Japan for a couple of days. Number two, I went back and just review some of the minutes and some of the readings from the Tokyo conference. I heard good things were happening. They were mentioning names like Sierra Leone. They were mentioning the Congo, Angola, but I didn't see our country. And some of the things I've heard some people on the show saying, "Oh, we're going to get a boost in our telehealth telemedicine service." Do they understand what telemedicine is? Are they kidding? We don't even have electricity or good connection. Before we even start to talk about telemedicine, do we have any confidentiality of patients' record before we even start to talk about telemedicine, any inscription? So I'll just put that aside. But those are the things that I expect us to be thinking about. Yeah, we talk about the Japanese highway. That was in the past. Some other government did that. I want to see some new things. I want to see what are they bringing to the table. So that's what I have to say about that. In terms of the show, it was a great show. I'm very happy that my colleagues were here to be able to talk about why is the country so hard. Okay, that's what we spoke about. We were very consistent with the orator, Dr. Dunn, who said that the country is hard, and I believe the president did confirm that. Despite the president's effort in decreasing the price of rice, decreasing price of fuel, decreasing transportation, where people are complaining the country is so hard, it's still hard. So what is the problem? So yes, the president was right in his constitutional capacity to study this matter. He was right. However, we as a team here disagree with the people who's on the team. And for one thing we know for sure, the manner in which these people in government speak, like I think Dr. Brockler rightfully said, that they are always right. And I don't blame them. Sometimes when you're in a situation, you don't see outside of the box. You only see what you are doing. So when you get out people from outside of your comfort zone, they can tell you the truth. They can be more objective with the facts. So number two, the economic team that you have, you need to replace the whole team, reshuffle the team. In fact, remove some of the people on the team. I want some Keke union on the team, some Keke people. I want some Bikers Association on the team. I want some Willa Market Association on the team. I want some, private citizens on the team. You have private sectors, and you have two people who I just did a pure, simple Google search on their name and found one, named Stephen Yekesin. He was booked by the Anti-Corruption Commission for depositing $3,000 and some dollars into 3 different accounts. So they were saying that he created, he acted in a fraudulent and corrupt way. Number two, I saw there was some media concerns about Arthur Fongba in terms of his tuition being paid at Harvard University. There was some media concerns about that. I didn't get a chance to finish reading the story. It's something that we all need to follow up with. So the whole team needs to be changed in order for us to have more objective understanding of how are we going to examine the factors that contribute to this high price of living in our country. So it was a great show, you guys. Thank you for being here, and I will stop here and pass it over to you, Mr. Kennedy, and then of course Mr. Fubi, Mr. Gallas, and then Mr. Boblet. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm glad we're closing. It's after 1 o'clock on my end.
Oh.
And the process is, I think the show was good. We had time to run around with some of the leading issues in the country. The VP on activity, do I think he's an excellent executor of the activities that have been delegated to him? That has to show in the people's living situation at the moment. So if we look at the people's living situation at the moment, is it improved? Is it better than, few years back? I would say no. The situation is currently depreciating, and it is clear and glaring that everyone, including the president, by his action of setting up an economic team to assess the hardship in the country, just clearly said that they have some challenges. So I would think that they need to call a hard stop, Dr. Richardson. Listen, for a country like Liberia that only operates on 600 or less than $700 million in revenue that they are able to collect, you can't be spending more than what you are generating. You will have a fundamental problem, and the economist here, Dr. Brooklyn, can speak to that. When your income, when your expenses higher than your income or your revenue, you are definitely going to be in deficit. That's why you see everybody just running all around the place. Government needs to cut spending. However way they're going to do that, they need to sit down in one house and figure out what measures to use to immensely cut fundings. They are spending all over the place, and it's not helping them as a country. They're not creating jobs. They talk about tourism. How do you attract tourism when you have 2 flights coming to the country? When people are coming from everywhere, they're looking for tickets. It's very expensive to travel to Liberia, right? So how are we talking about attracting tourism? Do we even have anything laid out to say, all right, when people who are coming want to come back to see stuff, these are the plans that we have. We have buses lined up trying to take people from here there. People can charter these buses to move them around. We have this road, we have that. Are they even doing that, or we're just running to Tokyo and China and saying we're going there to bring tourists? How is that possible? You don't need to go bring tourists. Your activities in the country will make the tourists to want to come. So I think the government should sit down and strategically focus on how they can do and whatever they need to do to attract funding. Like I said, there was no need of appointing any other committee to do economic constraints assessment when you have the economic management team. If you have to appoint a new team that you will have to build up the economic management team with, then something is wrong with the economic management team, because the economic management come out with constraints assessment to say these are the reasons why the hardship or prices of things are going up, without adding any other additional team. Just that economic management team supposed to do a stakeholder engagement, reach out to other line agencies and ministries that are not part of the management team, ascertain information from them to come out with a constructive report, comprehensive report of why the people are living in poverty. The economic management team is supposed to do that. So having another team that build up the number, right now that team is over 25%. You could have 6 or 7 persons doing that work, just collaborating and coordinating activities from existing mandated line ministry and agency that are working. So they need to cut spending and make sure that their spendings are within the range. When I hear people say, oh, the government is going to increase the budget to 1 billion, I'm not interested in increasing budget. What I'm interested in is increasing revenue. Budget are tools. The revenue is what the people should be clapping for. If the LRA Director General tells me, Paul Kennedy, tomorrow we are increasing this revenue that we are raising to 1.5 billion, I will clap for him. But when you tell me we're increasing the budget to 1.5 billion, he has nothing. Because you could have 1.5 billion budget and don't have the revenue to support the budget. Liberian people need to understand this. Because the man says increasing budget does not mean he's going to be able to generate the kind of revenue
that will support that budget. As a result, he get $500, then he only have $300 to eat. Dr. Francine, in your house, when you have a $500 to go to the market and you only get $300 to go to that market, most of the things on that list you will not be able to buy. People need to understand that budget is the market list. The revenue is the money that you use to buy everything on that list. How is Liberia doing when it comes to revenue generation? That's the question we should be asking ourselves. They are increasing taxes. Things are still high. The revenue is still not able to meet budget performance. They need to sit down to strategically think on how they can do that. It was a very good show, ladies and gentlemen. I'm always glad to be here. Let me get some sleep. I got a couple of meetings to line up tomorrow in Lagos. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Let's move on to Mr. Phoebe, Mr. Gallus, Dr. Brubler, and then Darius, you can take us home.
Yeah, so on the issue of increasing revenue just to pick up from poor, you can't increase revenue without projecting. So it starts with the budget. So you have to project in the budget that you increase revenue before you can reach to the actualization. So just to put that in. But my take on the issue of the, like I said earlier, on the repatriation team, you see people stranded at the border, then people waiting for a budget before they get moved. That's why I said go and take one MTA bus and go pick the people from there. You can solve your budget issue later. Don't come and tell me that you're waiting for a budget. No, Gaffer, I'm not giving you money, so the people should be sleeping to the border. No. Carry ATM bus or what? Like the people said, ask some ministry for buses. Look, go there, pick the people up. Depending because the number, and now whole 50,000 people that got to repatriate before you want to be strangulating. Few persons, one taxi can even go and pick them up. When you bring them to a town, then you can find solution later on how to do all the business stuff. And people should have relatives, depending on how long they stay out of the country. You ask them basic question: who are their relatives? Have they been in touch? And see how you can integrate them quickly instead of having one L-triple sitting down there waiting for money every time. ACOG should be on a standby for only emergency, not just sitting down there waiting for budgetary allotment to run every year, passing around in BBG, practically doing nothing. When you have emergency, then you can bring them on. Like this last year, we had an issue with the Ghanaians. The Librarians are on destroying Bodo camp. I think that was the reason why the budget was high last year, because they had to put in and go and bring them and do it. Now this year, you don't have that same situation. So definitely the budget has to go down. So it will not be the same year after year. It will always change based on the emergency that they have on hand to deal with. So on the issue of the economic management thing, like I said earlier, we can all criticize how we want, but I don't think the president is wrong with the composition. And the transport union incorporates, I think even the keke, the motorbikes, they all should be under the transport union to some extent, even though they have their own separate small unions. But generally, under the transport union, you should have a composition of all of those moving, objects that apply the streets. So they will also form part of that group to give their own input as to why they think the economy is the way it is. The issue of the Chamber of Commerce should also incorporate all the big and small businesses. So they should also be able to tell you why they're going through, why the issue of all the different things that are happening. And taxes, imposing taxes is not a bad thing. The only thing, if the taxes not working for the people, they will have issues. The people should see the taxes working for them. Well, if that's the other way around, they will have problems. Everywhere they run a war, serious money that are running, they're not running because they're not running on charity. They're running with taxes. They have high taxes on different levels, but the people seeing the taxes working for them. So that's why I will always encourage the Liberian government, to build your budget and your revenue stream. At some point, you will need to increase taxes to some extent because you will not have the donor support coming. Liberia will not develop with AIDS. It's good that all these different AIDS things are being cut off. So it's time to rethink and look within and see how we can generate revenue internally and use the revenue for the internal purposes and not just generate them and pay salaries. And that has been our biggest issue. Austerity measure also. How do they also cut some money from some of those big shots and direct it to other sectors that can have some meaningful impact on the economy? You want to push the agriculture sector. You need some support to farmers. And all of those support, sometimes some of them will come through loans, and some will come through government direct intervention to support farmers. How do you have extension workers for agriculture ministry to work with farmers on a free of charge basis, or even give them the rest support that they need? And how can government follow some of the best practices in other countries and see how you can get farmers to be able to go to the soil? You got a rain, you got a good soil, you got free land. Most of the people have farmers not even used to because they don't have funding. Government should be able to tap into those areas and see how they can work with those farm owners to turn things around for the country. At the end of the day, Liberia benefits and we have to do this. On the issue of the information ministry, misinformation, and the government, they should just learn to coordinate their activities. Everybody should not just be talking. Don't talk when you don't have the absolute, authority to speak. Even though you take the podium, but sometimes watch the word that you put up. The pressure from the public should not make it to get together and speak. So allow the right people to pass the message on, but don't have one person saying something else and another person coming to say another thing, right? Just in few hours apart. That's not good for the country. Learn to put that under control. But at the end of the day, it's about Liberia. We all wish the country well, and we want to keep pushing and telling the government focus on the economy. That's your best bet for successful leadership. If you don't focus on the economy, you have yourself to blame. We can all project we want to see the 2029, but the 2029 are not going to come on a silver platter if the economy is going downstream, and that's why the opposition wants. So if you put yourself on a silver platter, they will eat you. So we'll look forward to a better Liberia. So thank you, and let's see how we can all keep engaging. One conversation at a time, as that the brother can say.
Thank you, Mr. Gallus. Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't know I was reading. Thank you, Mr. Gallus.
Yeah, indeed. I want to give Doug the opportunity if you want to go first. I know he's in Liberia. Doug? Okay. Thank you. Masiome. Well, it's always a pleasure to be here, as I've always said. Currently, Spoon Talk is one of the biggest radio platform and online platforms in Liberia. And whenever we come here, we should always inform. We should always aim to inform and educate the Liberian populace. So this is my objective when I come on here. It's been a pleasure having to contribute today as well. And as I look back from what I joined today, I'm going to start with our economy, right? And the question I always ask myself: are we where we want to be? Are we at a place where we want to be as a country, both as based on our economy, what we are doing, and how we are progressing? No, we are not there yet. Are we challenged as a country? Yes, we are challenged. We are challenged in many aspects. We have persistent economic challenges. We have slow growth, we have inflation, we have limited job opportunities, and we have inadequate social protections. So when you talk about refugees returning from Guinea or being repatriated, those are part of inadequate social protections. But if we were to take this government today, because I know my friends from the CDC side and Gray keep running away from me. Whenever I have to close, he would jump off, and Gray, I'm going to get you. My time is coming. I'm not in a rush. But can we compare, to the last 6 years of the CDC government? Absolutely no. And here's why. Today, the economy has grown by 4.8% in 2024. And this is not my statistic. This is World Bank statistic. Inflation is to 10.1%. I mean, to 8.4% from a 10.1%. So we have some indicators that are showing that the economy is trending in the right direction. But do the majority of our people feel the benefits of the economy? Not right now. And this is why people are feeling the pinch on the exchange rate, on the prices of goods in the market. And this is where government needs to act. Government needs to move boldly. And on the trip to Japan, what I'm going to say, I've always said is, government is about service, but also government is the one that needs to communicate. Government needs to inform the people why they are doing what. If you say you go to Japan with X number of delegates, you have to be able to communicate that to your population. What are the return on investment? Why are you taking 23 people as per your announcement, plus the additional support staff? You got to be transparent as well. Be transparent. Let the people know exactly why you are doing what. It builds credibility and reassures the people that you are in charge. When you have different interpretation or different information coming from the very government, it doesn't augment well. It shows that there's some lapses in coordination. And today we've come to rescue. We need to rescue this country and we need to move forward. We need to move the nation forward. Here's what we need to do to move our country forward. We need to cut waste. This is an age-old problem in this country, Dr. Richardson, whether you like it or not. From previous governments up to this current government, to the George Weah government taking 50 people. I don't know how many people he told to go watch football match for how many years, how many months or days. But it's not about the comparison, but it's about cutting waste. As long as you have these poke barriers, and start with the budget process. I think we'll talk about this in the past. You have to cut waste starting from that budget process to make sure that you reallocate the resources to the core national priorities: education, healthcare, job creation, and security. These are the things that we need to do. We also need to close the loopholes. If you look at the Liberian economy, it's being controlled by foreigners, and I have nothing against the foreigners. But are these foreign businesses paying their taxes into our coffers? Are they paying adequate taxes? How do we stop people from smuggling and money outside the country and our natural resources like gold and diamonds? Once you close those loopholes, within a year or two, you will expand and increase the national power. And finally, rule of law. Look, it may be it was George Weah 6 years ago or 2 years ago. It was Ellen Justice Salif, 80 years ago, and now it's Joseph Nyuma. We are a democracy. For a democracy to work, to function properly, people have to understand that we have to abide by the rule of law. We have to hold people accountable. When people go wrong, when they are abusing their powers, they have to be called out. They have to be held to account. When they are found that they have mismanaged, they have to be prosecuted. They have to be audited. There has to be audits of the legislature and the Senate, the representative of the Senate, as well as the executive. Look, there's no branch of government that's above the people. You can't keep hiding to say, oh, because we make the laws. And Liberian people, we have to go back. Start calling your senators. Start calling your representatives. Start calling your lawmakers. Call them. Talk to them. Tell them the things that you want to be done in your communities. These people shouldn't have the power to allocate 50,000, 100,000 to themselves to go do community projects. This money should be allocated to programs within our communities. They have become the laws of our society. And that's not right. I want to thank you, Dr. Richardson. I'm going to learn that. And to my brothers on the CDC side, I haven't changed. I have always been consistent. If I take a position, my position is always consistent. Look me up, thevoiceofliberia.org. I have been doing this for 20 years. Doesn't matter who is in power. The people are more powerful than those in power. Thank you so much, Dr. Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Callis. Dr. Purpler, and then we'll go to Isaac Doe.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. I appreciate all who were on the show, all who participated, the ones who call in, those who give comments, share their wisdom. It always enriches the conversation. And I particularly like the fact, Doc, that tonight the show was so full of substance. And that is the intent. The show at its best is when we have critical conversation that can lead to constructive action to change our nation. I think we did that tonight. In closing, I would say, beginning with the VP's role, the VP is relatively younger, has energy, used to be a businessman. I would hope the president can give him a specific assignment, of course, in addition to the other official thing he does, and put him in charge of the tourism strand of the arrest agenda. That's an area with tremendous potential, cultural enhancement, socioeconomic development, job creation, revenue generation, and all of those things. Focus on that area, and then you can look back a year or two and measure his work and the progress he's made. I think Liberia will be better for it. As far as the yellow machine contract, I really hope that would be awarded to a Liberian. I know there are those who want to be totally, purely objective. Don't do that, because it will leave us in the same place. Why do I say that? If you put a Liberian company up against a Chinese company, China is a first world country and they are very developed. Compare apples and apples with modification. In other words, be intentional about trying to give your contract, your concessions, your job opportunity to Liberians first, if they meet the basic foundational things. If they don't have all the other blinks, give them the contract, because that's how they will grow into it. Nobody learns to drive without driving. So we have to prioritize Liberians to do the work that Liberia needs. So I hope they will give that contract to the Liberian company. The ad hoc committee, I said before, and I just want to say in closing, we are asking the government primarily to evaluate the government. The EMT is there. All the other government officials and functionaries are there. And yet the president has made the observation that even though we made some of the right moves, we're not getting the right outcome. I applaud the president, like I said, for just the courage to say that, hey, we're doing something, but it's not working. But now, to do corrective things, don't ask the same people who are in the trenches to evaluate and get your report. You just get a nice book, Mr. President, of data and stuff that will sit down. It will be theoretical and will not be practical. Take private sector people primarily, and the head of the team should be a private sector person with an economics or business background, and they'll work along with the EMT and the other government agencies so you can gather pure data. Remember, the value of a data is reliability and validity. So those two things, you will get it when somebody else go there and get the data, not the same people who've been in the trenches. Because from importation, like I said, to distribution, there's some problems. A private sector person and a team of private sector people will get data, and it will help this president of our country to come up with corrective things. So I hope they can restructure the committee. But I think the committee is a good thing. I also hope that they're not paying people to serve on this committee. We really need to conserve resources and get benches for the students in Bapulu. So please, let's have people who are willing to volunteer. Plenty of Liberians will do that, to volunteer their expertise and some of their time to do this work. In closing, Dr. Richardson, I would say the LRRC and bringing our people home should be a priority. You know how much our nation is serious about building when you see how consistently intentional they are about dealing with the welfare of their people. Remember, people are the nation. So go get the people. If we can find money for trips, many of them, we come back and we say fruitful and rewarding. We never see the fruit. We don't know who get the reward. If you can find money all the time, you can definitely find money to get a bus, go get your citizens, bring them home, and start the reintegration process. No excuses. Do that for the people, because a nation that have a high human capital investment has a high probability of developing, and the opposite is also true. And I'll say this in closing, Dr. Richardson. We talk a lot about the United States, how great it is, and the military. Not just the military that make America great. Nobody fighting war all over the world right now. It is the human capital investment. They have the single highest human capital investment in the whole world. In other words, they invest the highest amount in their people. If an American stranded over there, you and I both know they're going to get them. If they're stuck over there, they will pull them out. Liberia can emulate the same attitude and the actions at a smaller scale, given our resource base, but put people first. And if you put people first, people will reciprocate and put the nation first. So I close by saying, go get our citizens, bring them home, and let's start the reintegration process. Thank you for the opportunity. Great show tonight.
Thank you, Dr. Bartlett. Isidore?
I say you don't want to hear UP people lecture. Oh, they lecture 2023. You can't.
Yes, see you. I say, where you at?
You go hard?
No,
Yeah.
not you people, they like hacking people things. As soon as you know they coming to deal with them.
You really let me know. The CCN live money right now.
Look at that. Hey, you people, when you listen to you people lecturing, you would think Jesus Christ coming down. All the lecture 2023, you can't to power, you just put on yourself in that country there. Yeah, okay, yeah. Somehow you going back to comparing CDC 6 years to this, I don't know. You know, I'm not having with a war, man. They think they call government, you won't compare things here and there. Those, brother, everything is a mess. And trust me, it is the government that is creating mess for itself. Let me tell you an example. In a space of few days, one Supreme Court justice was retiring, or Chief Justice was retiring, executive didn't attend, Poon and his people didn't attend. The next day, another Supreme Court was being ushered in, they attended. How are you going to be having a bad country? Think about it. Just in a period of few hours apart, a Supreme Court justice, Chief Justice that served the country for decades, was retiring. The hate in the heart of the president, that evil, strong heart, could not allow him to send someone there to represent the executive to say kudos to the woman going out. No. The hate. You've won an election, you're president. How can you be so hateful? That Supreme Court, I predict it will be a place of chaos very soon. I predict. Mark my word. Why for? One, to all due respect to the new Chief Justice, he is the least educated person who President Barker has appointed. Experience-wise, he's the least. The records are there, public. It's not politics.
But he's qualified, right?
No, let me end. You thought I listen. He's become the least qualified Chief Justice. And because of that, you will see chaos, you will see misunderstanding, simply because the way the whole thing started. That the executive and the government could not attend the former Chief Justice sending out, but attended his. It only meant that they feel the Supreme Court is an area of politics. Because of that, the other justices who know they are qualified and experienced than he is will keep having problems with things that will be happening. Watch it. We will be here, we'll be discussing for the first time in Liberia history. We will be discussing the Supreme Court. We will be here, you will see. Very soon. How are you going to have a good country when you have a hateful president, so hateful that he could not even stomach the opportunity of saying goodbye to the outgoing Chief Justice? But you think you will have a good country? No. Think about it. President Sirleaf, who have attended, or send her vice president. President Weah, of course he would have been there. All of these things help a country. All of these things. They kind of bring people together and make the place a happy place. You know, when you walk in, when they say 500 for Tune Company, or when they say happy place to work, it is not simply because people can't laugh. It is how people feel with him. It is sad. And you won't compare this bunch of lies that are going on in the country to what CDC did over the weekend. Yesterday we talked about it. Tyrus brought it up again today. When are we going to be sincere? The Ministry of Youth and Sports said they received $500,000 in the Ministry of Finance in their official document. This is not a document we took from the water side. The official document. They said they gave the Youth and Sports Ministry $900,000. Anybody cares to ask how did they give $900,000 and how did the Ministry of Youth and Sports receive? They are not saying something that they didn't give or that they will give tomorrow. The report says the one they have already given. What kind of a country is that? And now you come down to the Youth and Sports Ministry. Youth and Sports, they spend $115,000 for graduation. 127 persons to graduate, and they spend $115,000. Why are the people milking our country this way? Why? You know, some of us, if we had not gone Liberia for the time we went there, we would have been far off in our career, but we had to give it up for the country. And there's one other thing, just one other thing that if we don't get, no matter the case, everybody knows how I take President Weah. If we do not prosecute, audit, we're not going to audit ministry. No. If we don't audit program by program, not ministry in general, every single program, then I don't think we are serious. This is not should be about parties, about the right truth. So we're there, people will kind of laugh. Those things don't bother us. That's why we keep talking, because we know what we did when we're there. We know our record. That's part of lies we know. Look at the things going on. You spend $115,000 United States dollars for graduating 127 persons. Think about it. Where are we as a nation? Thank you.
Thank you, Isidore. Darius, please take us home, please.
Yeah, so it was a great show. I mean, we are here every day to discuss trending national issues that affect our people, affect our country. On the issue of LRRC, I think it is something that the government should really think about intervening immediately. Though LRRC is saying there's no budget, no money. Minister Gaffan is on the other side saying that in 2024 he gave the institution $1.8 million, but the institution is bankrupt. There's no funding to carry on any operation whatsoever, even to just go right here to the border to get our brothers and sisters. The institution, LRRC, is saying that it's no vehicle, no money. Youth and Sport came out to debunk the finance minister, said it did not receive $915,000 2024 as reflected in the 2025-2024 budget item. They received less than $915,000, which is $500,000. The question here is, how many institutions across government that the Minister of Finance just profit you to their budget line, and they did not receive such a money in 2024, even in the first and second quarter of 2025. Institutions are complaining and crying. No budgetary support. The figures are there, but they cannot get the money. On the flip side, Minister Gaffan just released a May fiscal year report. It's on the website of the Ministry of Finance. The Minister of Finance is reporting to the Liberian people that in the first, second, and third quarter that constitute the May year of 2025, revenue overly performed. The government exceeded the target of the May year by 412 or some more million. But institutions are complaining. The country is still high. Civil servants are still making less than 150. But Minister Gaffwan is still reporting that the revenue has overly performed. The president has admitted that the country is hard. He has appointed a vice president. The vice president returned after 24 days and just started working with a committee to solve the issue. But how will the issue be solved? How will the economic problems be solved? When the LRA boss and finance minister is reporting that revenue is overly performing, that the budget is exceeding targets. Well, that means that the country should not be high. Because if 2024 double jala, the LRA boss reported revenue surplus, despite there was a 35 million budget shortfall, and then Minister Gaffwan is saying in the May fiscal year, the government have exceeded target of revenue generation. It means if you add 2024 budget, 738 million plus 880 million, this government is saying they are on track of achieving, you are talking about 1.6 billion. How can the rescue government 2 years budget be 1.6 billion, but they are appointing people on committee every day to solve economic problem? So who is lying to the Liberian people? Minister Gaffwan, LRA boss. The budget of 2025 is on its way to the legislature for recast. But at the same time, the minister is reporting that there is a surplus in revenue generation for the May year. They are cooking the numbers, they are manufacturing the numbers, and the Liberian people are feeling the pain. There is no budget reflection. As a matter of fact, the entire rescue budget, the 2025 budget, 880 million, you have over 700 million on recurring expenditure, salary and goods and services, with less than 112 or 106 million to be exact for public sector investment. But then the president still going around the country, we will fix the country, build Liberia, think Liberia. When you only have 106 million in your 2025 budget for public sector investment. This is the contradiction. This is the hypocrisy. This is the deception. On the issue of the president trip, Deputy Minister Daniel Sano, like as I say, he has no experience. The only thing they appointed him for at that ministry is to throw gaps at opposition, report on CDC party headquarters eviction. But come to do the work of the Liberian people as a minister, deputy minister, how would the deputy minister misinform the Liberian people on the fact that the president is returning, he's cutting his trip short? Then the press secretary is saying schedule remains as it is. That is a big PR blunder, a deception as well. Hypocrisy. You allow media institutions to run with the headline that due to public pressure, the president is cutting his trip short. On the flip side, the next morning, the press secretary is saying the president is not cutting his trade shop. He remains there. The schedule remains. Daniel Sano intentionally came with that lie so that people can believe that President Bouaga is a listening president. I had not been the press secretary coming out to debunk that lie. It was going to appear that President Bouaga can listen to pressure to the Liberian people. The lie was intentional. Daniel Sanders knows what he did. And this needs to stop. You cannot politicize hardship and poverty. The people are crying. You increase taxes. Inflation is high. And then, Tama, the 8.8% inflation that you're talking about, that was May year 2024. But if you go for December, you'll see 10.1%. Even Ledgers reported first quarter inflation 11.1%. So that's my closing. You can lie to come to power, as it does say, but you cannot continue to lie to govern. It's
contradiction.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, friends, for joining us, and we'll come back again tomorrow and present to you a good show. Thank you. Good night. Good night.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson.
Your economic management team, more part 25 million. Your economic management team. Bye-bye.
Move on, yeah,
I got a management team. More part of the family.
You can refuse accountability. You can
man, that speaking to minister. I even let to call his name. That speaking to Minister of Information. How you call that boy? They picking can only be there all day. He insulting. I know that's how you can make one name.
Thank you very much. I want to say thank you, guys. Sorry that I was in the back. I'm babysitting. I'm sorry, I said though. I've been in the back watching you guys. Tamba, Fubi, Dr. Richardson, thanks a lot.
All right, babysitter. Thank you. Thank you.
We want to say again, we'll see you guys tomorrow by God's grace. Darius, you did good today. Thank you very much, Darius. And thank you to Damas Slanger. See you guys tomorrow. Good night.
Bye-bye.
Well, folks, thank you for joining Spoon Talk. It was a great show. We'll be back tomorrow with a new edition of the program. A lot of trending national issues. Those are you who follow me on Facebook, YouTube, and by radio, we say thank you for following Spoon Talk.
I'm gonna play the music now. Johnny Jessica, you gotta play the music and come back on.
And you boy, right in the scalp on the
to get your information. So the food to be fine.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you and know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Bonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat Cape congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah.